clock in someplace in Colorado and make sure that it's right to the nearest second. So, yeah, a few years ago I bought that and brought it in here. And so, you know, that time waits for, I'm not going to attempt that. What I am going to attempt is to invite you all to rise as Pastor Randy Fredrickson leads us in this morning's invocation. Shall we stand, and after that we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Special requests for Sheriff Hillstead and the hard job he has to do. Dennis, may God bless you and your work. I've had several calls from snowbirds, too, who want to express their sorrow at missing the joys of late winter in western Wisconsin. Let us pray. Dear Lord God, remind us of the words of the prophet Isaiah, that the rain and the snow come down from heaven to water the earth and to give seed to the sower and bread to the eater. As the rain and the snow accomplish their purpose, remind the members of this body that you have sent each one of them here from all over this county to accomplish the good purposes of government for, of, and by the people. And Lord, as others go about their business, may these good citizens in this chamber not grow weary in doing good. And in this season of Christ's sacrifice, may we all be willing to sacrifice something of ourselves for the common good. We pray in his good and holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You're welcome, Buck.
I believe we are ready for the roll call.
Lois Burry. Here. Brian Hurchin. Here. Julie Spear. Here. Joel Hurchin. Here. Bill Peavy. Here. Gerald Peterson. Here. Charlie Grant. Here. Chuck Mills. Here. Richard King. Here. Wallace Habhager. Here. John Mortensen. Here. Esther Wentz is absent. Gene Ritz. Here. Gordon Awesome. Here. Tom Kaflish. Here. Chuck Strumke. Here. Richard Marzoff is absent. Sharon Norton Bauman. Here. Ron Troyer is absent. Roger Rebholz. Here. Bill Cranmer. Daryl Standifer. Here. John Borup. Here. Clarence Malick. Here. Don Jordan. Here. Ron Raymond. Here. Cindy Leonard is absent. Linda Lucky. Stan Kruger. Here. Denise Gunderson. Here.
Okay, 25 present at this time, and 6 absent. 4 of them we knew about. This morning, well, let's proceed with the administrative coordinator's report at this time, and I've asked Chuck Whiting to move up item number 12 about the government center lockdown, to take that as or part of his report, because the sheriff needs to go to another meeting.
Well, good morning. It's nice to see you all again. Take a look around, because it won't look like this again. Some of you are going to be gone after this meeting, and I appreciate what you've been able to do on the board with your time here. Some of you have been here with certainly more than one term. I always like to thank people who have taken the time to give of themselves for public service. It's not necessarily an easy or thankful thing. I hope you found some rewards in what you've accomplished and what you've done, and certainly you're welcome back in the government center to visit anytime, and hopefully we'll see you around. The business at hand, a few things, getting prepared for the new board in April here in just a few weeks, we have set up an orientation for the new board members that will be coming in. Old board members are certainly welcome to that, so if you're here or in the audience and happen to get yourself on the board April 1st, on Monday, April 7th, we're going to be meeting at the Ag Center in Baldwin pretty much all morning and into the afternoon to go over what it means to be a board member, how to work on committees, what the county is organized like, give feedback, answer questions, what have you, to help you get off to the right start. 2 days later, on April 9th, we will do a tour of county facilities and bring you through this building and through the building in New Richmond and meet department heads and ask some more questions, spend the day doing that. So hopefully for those of you who will be on the board and want to, you'll have a couple of days to get yourself orientated to the county's business. One of the things that will affect our business, but we don't know exactly how yet, is the state's budget. Some of you following the news probably know that there's a little over a $650 million deficit for the current biennium. We don't know how that's going to affect us yet. There doesn't seem to be any concrete plan coming out of Madison yet. I'm sure that'll get worked on over the spring, but we're going to have to pay attention to that. Usually when they have those kind of problems, that doesn't bode well for local governments. So we'll just have to keep our eyes on that. On the agenda today, Supervisor Standifer will go over this in more detail, but we have before you 4 AFSCME union contracts. We felt that this was appropriate to get to you while the board was still intact. Generally, these don't come to the board until after the union has had a chance to act on them, but we're just in reverse order here today, and Darrell will go over some of the specifics. We do have a change in health insurance proposal that is still being worked out for details, but that's probably the most significant component of the negotiations to date. Later on, Building Services Director Art Tobin will go over his report. He has been working with the Finance Committee on dealing with the heating and cooling system in this building. We reported last fall that one of the chillers has gone out. We've been looking at a geothermal project. He can go into more detail on that, but that is something you may remember during budget discussions that we talked about being as a significant enough item that the county would likely have to borrow for it, and that is something to look forward to in the spring. Finance Committee did approve to move ahead on awarding demolition bids for the county's barn up on the county farm property. So you may see some activity up there here in the next few weeks. I'll get to the lockdown in a second. One of the other things on the agenda today is the Administration Committee's action on the bylaws creating the ADRC within the county bylaw structure for the Aging and Disability Resource Center. This has been something that has taken quite a bit of work to get to this point. Fred and Kirsty and several members of the Department on Aging and up in Health and Human Services are here try to answer any questions that you may have on this. You've seen and heard some of this in the past. One of the things that I regret to announce is that Kirsty Duncan has submitted her resignation last week. She has helped get this to this point, and I certainly miss her. She's an excellent employee. Would have liked to have continued with her work on this. She's helped get it to this point. Good people are hard to come by in our line of work sometimes, and she's been just tops. And I personally will miss her and wish the best for her. So the sheriff will go over the specifics of what took place on February 15th. That was a Friday here in the building. we had a lockdown, which was a concern about somebody entering the building with weapons. We've spent quite a bit of time amongst various staff people since that happened, going over how we responded to it. I thought that the response was excellent. The Sheriff's Department did a very nice job. Fortunately, nothing significant came out of the incident itself, but it did lead us to consider some of the other security type measures that we've had discussions about for ever since I've been here. It's always a matter of degree as to what the county is willing or needing to go to for building security. It's certainly a priority to have a secure facility. And as I mentioned to one of the board members who was with me that day, that don't be surprised if you see us coming forward with some requests for funds. Finance did review this at their meeting last week. I understand there's been some questions about why board members weren't informed the day that this happened. I can take responsibility for that. That day was an interesting day. This wasn't even the primary thing on my agenda, and I managed to get out of here that afternoon without having done anything about it, and I regret that. I think it would have been easy enough. I know it was online within the hour on Rivertowns. But I think the conclusion of that event really put us in a position as staff to deal with what we experienced that day and what we need to do about preparing for similar or other type of security situations. So knowing the sheriff has to leave, he's been blessed already, so he gets to leave early. I guess he's doubly blessed. I'll let the sheriff take over and explain what happened.
Good morning. Basically, it started out, the reason it started, we had we'd done a couple of search warrants that morning out. A couple of homes had recovered some firearms, along with some other stolen property. One of our investigators, who was in plain clothes, came back in, parked in our parking lot, I think he was carrying 2 long guns, and was carrying them into our sheriff's office. At the same time this was going on, there was a woman on the second floor who had just been up to the district attorney's office to the victim witness people, and was in the process of obtaining a restraining order for her against her husband. As she looked out the window on the second floor, she saw our investigator, who apparently is about roughly the same size and height as her husband, walking towards the building with carrying the 2 rifles. And so she turned, yelled out that he's something to the effect of that he's got guns, he's coming into the building and from there it kind of blossomed, and we got some first initial calls came from probate office, and then from support, and then from a couple of other offices too, because she ran down the hallway, was making actually yelling out the comments that he was coming in the building, and obviously she was quite upset. One of the things, just to start with, we've now instructed all of our investigators, when they're in plain clothes, to make sure that they have the paper bags with them so that they can, at least put the rifle into a sleeve so that it's not that visible, and hopefully that'll help dispel that. I mean, it's kind of an unusual circumstance. We bring guns in and out all the time to the sheriff's office, but just the right person at the wrong moment, I think, is what caused it. So, but anyway, the call went out. Call went down to dispatch, and I don't know if Casey's here yet or not, but the call came down to dispatch and the implication was that there was a gun, somebody with a gun, on the second floor or in probate. Deputies and supervisors from our office immediately grabbed our shield we keep down there, moved up to the second floor, responded to the probate office. I think we made it there in about 37 seconds. But found there was nobody there, went down, cleared the hallway, went down, cleared the second hallway. In the meantime, dispatch had, over the intercom, had put out a notice of a lockdown situation. The problem that we found out later was that in all the suites, the notification doesn't get to everybody when they're in their suites. Sometimes just the people that are out in the desk in front, but like in the administration building and some of the other offices here, there's the main suite, and then everybody has offices off that. And the people that were sitting in their offices didn't hear it initially, the lockdown sound notice. So it became, there was some confusion amongst employees there, and that's one of the things that we've talked about at a number of our meetings, talking about ways of perhaps changing the way that the notification goes out. Apparently there's a software program that can be implemented, and I think that Kristen has looked at that, and she can probably talk about that if she wants to. But so we cleared the building, all the floors, and as we were doing that, then finally made contact with the woman who was hiding inside the district attorney's office, made contact with her, got the information from her, and at that point realized that it indeed was one of our investigators that was coming in. I guess two ways to look at it, obviously. One, it was a very good training exercise for us in this. We do come in on a routine basis, and we train in the government center at night just for this type of scenario, either an active shooter or some type of disturbance that might be going on in here. But I've always rejected doing it during the day when the courts are open and the offices are open and everybody's coming and going, simply because it is extremely disruptive to everybody. So, but in this, it gave us a pretty good idea of some things from our side, what we need to do or might want to change. One of the things we realized was that I and the court officers are the only ones that have master key on the Sheriff's Department for all of the offices in here, so that once the clearing was done, we really couldn't get back into those offices or open those offices up to check them or to tell the people that were in there that the scenario was over. So we've changed that. Now we've got all of our supervisors have keys to the building here, so they can go into offices, so we can get in and check them out if we need to. I know there were some locked offices that we really would have preferred to get into to be able to check. So that's an initial problem we've taken care of. We've taken care of the way that we bring guns, firearms into the building. One of the other things that we discovered really was that in the lockdown process, there's one of the main doors out here you can't lock down. With the lockdown mechanism, you can still get in through it. So we're looking at talking with maintenance about changing that, and make sure we can get every door to lock down so that nobody else can get in. People can get out, but nobody else can get in while the lockdown is in process. We also looked at, what can we do to prevent this from happening, a real incident such as this. And we've had a number of meetings which include, putting a metal detector at the front doors, and having everybody, including workers and visitors here, come in through there. You'd have to have that manned all the time. Keep the side doors locked. The other thing would be looked at, I think the county clerk's office, the treasurer, register of deeds, in their suites, they've just got a metal screen that comes down that you can see through. Our recommendation would be we change that to a solid metal curtain that comes down, and that could be done, I think, fairly reasonably. We wouldn't have to replace it. Perhaps it can just be attached to that metal screen that comes down. That just would prevent anybody from being able to see into those offices. So if there was somebody in the hallway, if there was somebody, an active shooter, they wouldn't be able to see into there, wouldn't be able to see anybody, so those people would be more secure back there. The other thing was really in getting We're going to set up some training sessions for the employees, both here and eventually in Richmond, just so that they understand when there is a lockdown and when we get called up there, what our expectations are and what they need to do, which is really to stay in their suites, lock their doors, and remain there until we give them the all clear. Because the worst thing for us is to have somebody step out of a door and stand in the hallway and wonder what's going on, because that can get to be a difficult situation for that particular person, because then we have to unhandcuff them and then they can go back to work again. But so we're going to set up some training. We're working with Kristen in doing that, and looking also at one of the recommendations that I've had for a long time is that every employee in here, that they wear their badge, identification badge all the time, so that they always have it. If they don't have it displayed, I'd prefer it was displayed, but if they don't have it displayed, they at least have it in their pocket so that if they're confronted, or they can pull it out and identify themselves, and we'll know who they are, where they're supposed to be, and what office they belong in. I know that there's been some opposition to that in the past, just because sometimes we don't always like to be identified, especially we work in an office where people get a little angry once in a while. So some employees have had some resistance to doing that. But I think with this incident going down and the training that it provided for us, and I think for all the employees too, I think there's a pretty good understanding that we need to be able to identify people that work in this building, because I might be able to come up here and recognize a lot of faces, but when my patrol people come off the street and come in here, they're not going to know who most of you are, and especially the people that work in this building and in Richmond. So it's important to have that ID card, and I think that is a good step. So we're looking at a number of things that could be done. I know Casey probably could come up, and if he wants to speak about how the calls came in, and a little bit of I think everybody handled it well. I mean, dispatchers, they handled it on their side, they handled it excellently. I think our department handled it fairly well. But again, there's always some tweaking that needs to be done in everything. But there are, and Kristen has a list, I know, of some issues that each of the committees have looked at. And I'm sure she's, can come up and both. Sure.
Could I just mention that in these times of terrorism, there are things that the public television probably should not carry to the wide world at large. And if the other two speakers would just keep that in mind, that would probably be best.
There was, go ahead.
Well, I just have a question for the sheriff, or a couple comments quick. An individual walking in the building with a sleeve, even that would be disturbing to some people. Is it possible to just have them drop these things off in the garage downstairs? And if not, if they're in plain clothes, to at least display a badge?
I can tell you, in that particular case, all of our garage bays were full of stolen property, so there's no way to get a vehicle in to the garages. Although if you'd like to add me some extra garages, I'd appreciate that. But as far as the badge, the sleeve, those are all things that we've addressed with the investigators. But from that distance, you wouldn't have seen the badge anyway. So.
I think there was a handout on the back table of a document that I actually put together for the Finance Committee. It's dated March 10th. It looks something like this. On the back side, there are a list of issues that we identified. I think the sheriff hit most of those. We have some policy and procedure issues. The sheriff has spoken to the ones that are related to his department. The safety committee, there is a safety committee for this building. We have representation on that committee from every department in the building. and they have input on, if they come to the meetings, they have input on all of these issues. The Safety Committee will be putting together a policy on lockdown active shooter policy and procedure, which we have not had in this building. I think we've done a good job on drilling for fire and tornado, but it just hasn't been something that we've paid attention to as far as putting together and drilling staff on preparing for an active shooter situation. The feedback that we got from staff, some staff were very frightened as a result of the situation. We had a staff member that was in the lunchroom, and the door to the lunchroom, she shut it, but there wasn't a lock on it. So she wasn't quite sure then what to do, so that was very frightening. So, you know, it was perhaps a good training situation for the Sheriff's Department, but not necessarily ideal for some of the staff in the building. We are also going to recommend a policy that will require staff to wear their badges. I'm trying to set a good example. I have my badge on. All staff are issued a badge to get into the building, but up until now it's been up to their department head whether or not they're required to wear it. So we are going to work with HR to change the wording in the personnel manual so that staff are required to wear their badges. Another thing that the Safety Committee talked about was how else are guns entering the building, not just through the scenario with the Sheriff's Department, but some of the courts departments said that they have people show up at their windows sometimes with a weapon. They've been asked to turn the weapon in, so they just carry the weapon into the building in a bag, walk up to the second floor, and show it to the person at the window. So we're going to do some work with the courts so that that type of thing doesn't happen any longer as well. The sheriff spoke to the staff training that we're putting together. I'm working with Sheriff's Department staff to get that training out to the staff members in the building. And we're also getting requests from staff just for generalized training on how to work with hostile customers. So we're going to try and bring somebody in from the outside that can give staff that kind of training as well, not just how do you respond in an active shooter situation, but if you have somebody at your counter and you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable about the tone that's taking place, how do you try and diffuse that? The third category of issues we had are security and communication systems. We have a lack of security cameras in this building. There are no cameras on the second floor. One of the things that the Safety Committee did decide that they will recommend to the Finance Committee is that we do upgrade the current system with 4 additional cameras, and you have the cost there in front of you. We also did a demonstration to the Finance Committee of a desktop notification software system. What that does is it enables a panic button to be put on every desktop. Currently, most departments have a panic button centrally located in their suite, but every individual does not necessarily have access to a panic button. So the software demonstration that we presented to the Finance Committee is for a software that would enable, you would obviously have to have access to a computer, but everybody with access to a computer would have access to a panic button. And then we've talked about the issues with the PA. Not everybody can hear the PA. If you're in the bathroom, there's no PA speaker. Sometimes the PA is hard to hear. So one of the things that the desktop notification software would do, it's another form of notification. If you're sitting in front of your computer, you can't hear the PA, we can send a message to the computers. The other thing that Casey has looked at is our capability of making announcements through the phones versus just over the PA. We do have the ability in this building to make an announcement through 95 phones. It depends on the type of phone that each user has. Not everybody in this building has the same phone. So we have the capability to do notification through 95 phones, but not every phone. So we're looking at the cost to get everybody the same kind of phone and also to upgrade the entire phone system. Obviously, people that work on the first floor and have an open window, have a counter, there are some concerns about how accessible those counters are. Building Services is working on getting some estimates on the metal curtain that the sheriff talked about and also on bulletproof glass. The sheriff already talked about the master key issue, and that's already been resolved. And then the Safety Committee in this building also is going to look at, they're going to formally put together some numbers on what it would cost to go to a metal detector at the front door. We've talked with the Sheriff's Department, and they're agreeable to doing a trial metal detector day in the spring, where we will actually bring the metal detector down from the second floor, bring it down to the front door, and kind of weigh the impact on the traffic that comes in and out of the building. So when the weather gets a little bit nicer, we're going to do that and see what kinds of things we collect and bring that report back to the board. Any comments? We got some questions. Chuck?
Just 3 questions, if I can get out. Recall last year when I made the proposal for the ID tags, e-cards, for the supervisors. Did all the supervisors get one of these cards? Mr. Chairman. Okay, well, you heard 2 people recommend that we have the cards at least 3 or 4 times a month, the times we were here. And we're doing the Sheriff's Department disservice, I think, by not having these things, because as you said, those deputies don't know everybody, and it's going to be time-consuming, plus they're going to have to take pretty aggressive action on the people they can't identify. And that's going to tie those people up. We need 100% on these ID tags. The second question, I don't want to see a show of hands, Mr. Chairman, but how many have them with us today is another question, see. Okay. And
Did you
so,
say you do not want to see a show of hands?
yeah, but that's normal.
Maybe we need to articulate just a little bit more.
Right. No, I don't want to see a show of hands. And that's, well, probably a third question is, do you plan to put speakers in every toilet stall? That was Wally's question, but he didn't want to ask it.
A speaker or a phone?
At the time those badges were done, I thought we were told that we didn't really have to have them. I mean, it was our choice whether we wanted them or not, and I chose not to. I didn't know that it was mandatory.
You were told that just as employees had their choice left to their department heads.
Yeah, that's why.
That's the way it was. Next question. Mr. Standiford.
Kristen, I'm wondering, as a result of this now being, as Dennis says, an actual documented training exercise, and with some of the procedures that can be now documented as a result of it, that may even result in some changes, is there the potential that this might have a favorable impact on liability insurance coverage?
You're wondering if WMIC will actually reduce our premiums?
Right.
I haven't asked them. Typically, I haven't seen them reduce premiums for doing this type of thing. They just raise them when we have claims. But I can check.
I've often thought about a dangerous situation here, angry customer relationship with worker or whatever, and under the circumstances and the emergency, it turned out to be a good scenario, and we can improve things with this, so I think it worked out good.
I guess one question I have for the Sheriff's Department, you mentioned of New Richmond, and you also mentioned here of Hudson. How about the Baldwin facility, and how about the Highway Department out in Hammond?
I can say that we actually sent one of my patrol captain, who is the head of our response team, up to New Richmond last week. I remember which day. They met with Fred and the New Richmond chief, and they did a little walkthrough of the New Richmond facilities up there. I think they got lost 3 times. Fred, is that? But 2 times, okay. And but they've got some maps now, I think, and we're trying to develop a plan in contingency with the city of New Richmond police, so that should there be an incident up there, we'll know where to go for a specific department. Because right now, I would say that, you know, if we got a call, if it was mental health or if it was the AODA part or whatever it might be up there, we probably wouldn't know exactly where to go once we got in the building. So that we're going to do some training with that so we understand that. I think we're going to work with Fred, and they have a safety committee up there also. There is a member from the Baldwin building that has been at the safety and security meeting here a few times. They've are involved in it, so we'll bring everybody into it eventually. With the highway department, there's this discussion that we'll have to have out there too. I think our people are pretty familiar with the highway department and the buildings out there, but again, it'll be a matter of training for the people that are working all the time out there and will be there during the day if an incident should happen. So we are looking at all of it all the way through, just to be able to, hopefully it never happens, but at least we'll be prepared if it does. So.
We do have a plan at the highway department for safety.
Any other questions? Thank you. And that concludes your report, Mr. White?
Concludes my report.
Very good. Well, we obviously have a long agenda today. Cindy wanted to put it on 2 pages, but I asked her to take out the spaces and cram it onto one. For those people in the audience who may wish to speak today, we have little forms for people to fill out and follow the procedures in our bylaws. Any person who is a resident of St. Croix County is permitted to address the board after they have been recognized by the supervisor of their district. And I will perform that function for districts which have the supervisor absent. So anybody who wants to do that, fill out one of these forms and get it to your supervisor during a break before you want to speak.
What if they aren't a resident?
If they aren't a resident, our bylaws don't provide for speaking, as you probably recall. We're ready, I think, for the consent agenda. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Council on Aging, I'd like to request that item number 9 be moved up to item number 1, and that Mr. Robert Kilman from the state have an opportunity to address the board. I guess I'm his supervisor.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion about the proposal here to move up item 9 in front of item number 1? All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Done. Would you like to move the consent agenda while you're on a roll here?
I move the consent agenda.
Mr. Mortensen seconds it. Any discussion? Any supervisor want to pull something off the consent agenda for a specific discussion? All in favor of the consent agenda should now vote aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. You can see the appointments there. I won't read those out loud. That makes us ready for item number 9, I believe, the resolution for committee reorganization, restructuring of the Council on Aging and Health and Human Services board functions to administer the Aging and Disability Resource Center. Is there a presentation, you staff members? Somebody speaking on this? Is there a PowerPoint? What do we have? Obviously, we all have received in our packets the item for number 9. Let me find it, pull it out, and wave it around so you can be reminded what it looks like. Yes, here's what it looks like. It's got the chart, the signatures from the committees.
Why not with, nothing major, put a space in there, and it said council and aging, and that was corrected, so
Oh,
that's just minor.
yeah, I don't know about it. Trustee and Fred show. All right, let me introduce to anyone who don't know them, Trustee Olson Duncan and Fred Johnson.
Thank you. We have put together a resolution for a change in the bylaws that identify an organizational structure that both the Council on Aging and the Health and Human Services Department has passed. It went this morning to the Administration Committee, and they passed it with the changes noted in the resolution for the bylaws. This is really a natural consequence of some of the work that's been done primarily by Chersty, Peg Gagnon, and Norma Breeze. They've collected, they were a ad hoc committee appointed to get our application on the Aging and Disability Resource Center completed. That was sent out at the end of February to the state. And this is one of the things that we need to take a look at. And I guess, Chersty, I'd like to turn it over to you, and maybe you could talk a little bit more specific about some of the work that's been done in the application process, and also with regard to the resolution.
Sure. This resolution itself would restructure the current Council on Aging and consequently the Department on Aging, moving aging services that have historically been provided by the Department of Aging into the ADRC, the Aging and Disability Resource Center, as a unit within Health and Human Services. As Fred mentioned, there was a 3-person ad hoc committee that worked on the application. Myself, Norma Vries, is the Bertha 3 long-term support supervisor, and then Peg Gagnon is a very strong and thoughtful advocate for young people with disabilities. She herself is a mother of a daughter with physical and developmental disabilities. We were appointed by Chairman Malik per the resolution that went before the county board. I believe it was back in August. An extended planning committee was put together that really looked at the organizational structure of St. Croix County, and again made the recommendation to have the ADRC within Health and Human Services. But the Council of Aging came back and had a very strong voice speaking to the appropriateness of having a consumer voice for not only older adults but for persons with disabilities. So the structure sets up a governance committee over the Council of Aging and Disabilities, but you'll see the compact that's attached to this resolution, which further outlines and addresses concerns that may otherwise arise in this county in terms of dual reporting. The ADRC director would still, along with the rest of the ADR staff, which would include current Department of Aging staff, which would become Health and Human Services staff, up through the Health and Human Services director. But there would be input into the hire, fire, and evaluation of that director. The Council of Aging and Disabilities would have oversight into the policies and procedures of the ADRC, as well as the budget. The makeup of the governance board, it would be a new governance board with a maximum of 11 members. The makeup of the board is reflected by statutes that are required by the ADRC governance, as outlined by the state contract. And because the Council of Aging and Disabilities would oversee Older Americans Act funding, the board also reflects those demographic requirements, meaning that the majority of the folks who are on the board would be older adults, but there would also be voice for the other representatives for the other target groups, as you see outlined on the back page. Any questions?
The floor is open for a motion. Mr. Mortensen moves you're moving the resolution that was brought forth from the committees, I take it. And Mr. Strumke, I guess you were next with your hand. Are you seconding it?
Yes, I would like to second it and follow up with a couple questions.
Okay, the motion is, I'll call on you in a second here. The motion is as it was mailed to us, this resolution with its attached compact. Back to you, Mr. Strumke.
3 questions, actually, not a couple, but the first one is, well, let me get the easy ones out of the way. Is this a cost-neutral change? Is there any increased cost to the taxpayers to make this change than what currently exists?
I can start out. What we've done is try to take a look at the strengths of each department and do consolidating that will allow us to maximize the new funding that we're going to get from the state to administer the Aging and Disability Resource Center. So we don't anticipate can't necessarily make a promise that the funding that's available from the state to cover costs for implementation of the Aging and Disability Resource Center will be adequate to cover all of our costs and administer the program effectively. But from a budget standpoint, I don't see this as adding tax levy on the front end by trying to consolidate between the two departments, maximize billing for medical assistance, administration, pass-through dollars, those types of things. So we're going to be looking at creating more efficiencies. And I don't know if that answered your question, but the idea of consolidating is to create efficiencies and to minimize the impact on the levy.
Can I add to that? I think that is part of the strength that the Department of Aging brings to this equation in terms of the culture and approach that the Department of Aging has for providing services. We have not been limited by saying we don't have enough on the levy. It's been, again, I think an attitude of trying to recognize that it's not just the responsibility of St. Croix County to make St. Croix County a good place to grow old and in turn a healthy place to be a person with disability, but it's also the responsibility of municipalities, of faith congregations, of neighbors, families, individuals. And I think overall that is also a part of the goal of an Aging Disability Resource Center. Beyond framing it within a means to an end for long-term care reforms, steps need to be taken for people to make good personal decisions with their own resources and be educated in ways to make good choices. So again, I think that in the long run is beneficial to St. Croix County, but overall the state as a whole and in individuals' lives.
I think everybody on the county board and probably most of the citizens in the county support those goals and objectives. But we're in a tight budget cycles here. Sure. And I'm a little concerned by the answers we got here that there wasn't a cost analysis done, apparently. It's just, well, we think it's going to be, but we don't know. So I would hope that if you ever do anything like this in the future in other boards and committees on the county, before they come back with a proposal, there's a cost analysis so that the supervisors can look and see what the impact on the taxpayers is going to be. Couple questions also is I notice in the key commitments on the top, on the Health and Human Services Board, you want to amend it so that there are 2 persons that are 60 years old or plus. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But then I look down at the Council on Aging and Disabilities also wants to add more elderly people, I assume that would be considered as 60 years old and plus. And so it's just looking that I'm not saying we're trying to stack the board with elderly people as you've defined them, but I have some concern that that might be what the outcome of this is instead of being a fair representation of the citizens in the county.
And I think I should clarify, when the ADRC contract is very specific regarding the percentage breakdown of the representative body, and we have followed that, again recognizing that 70% of the people who will be walking through the door of the ADRC will be older adults. So again, that's reflective in the makeup of the board. And again, I should point out that for representatives of folks who have developmental disabilities, physical disabilities, mental health, and youth in transition, they have not had that same voice historically in this kind of format in St. Croix County. So again, it's to their benefit that the board is structured this way as well.
Thank you. And I understand that the Council on Aging and Disabilities is mandated if you're going to get the money. I follow that, and I have no problem with that. But then we're turning around and also making a recommendation here to require that the Health and Human Services Board also include 2 people of the elderly status here. And I'm just saying the combination of the 2 of them put together. I don't see the need to put over 60 on the Health and Human Services Board to define my actual point.
And I'll explain the rationale behind that. The rationale behind that, if you look at the front page of the compact, you'll notice that there's a dotted line between the Health and Human Services Board and the Council on Aging and Disabilities. That's representing a relationship between those 2 boards. And again, structuring the Council on Aging and Disability in such a way that there will be representatives from the Health and Human Services Board on that committee. But again, it's also meeting the requirements of the 60 plus. It again shouldn't be quite a concern right now if you look at the makeup of the board, but looking ahead to the future, if there are younger people on the board, it's just kind of a safety net. And again, it's recognizing the relationship between those 2 committees.
Are you ready to vote? Mr. Raymond, you're next.
Department of Aging. Sorry about that. And when I was on the committee that passed this resolution, and when I voted for the resolution, what I voted for was that the organization chart and the words accurately reflect the changes we need to make to the bylaws to reflect the change in the organization. I think the team that put this together worked long and hard to reach a very difficult compromise that I think was a compromise on the Department of Aging, if you will. And I'd like to admonish the group here that I'd like to see the Department on Aging or the Council on Aging or whatever it turns out to be not destroyed through this process, because we've got a group, we got 3 or 4 employees and 100 volunteers to make this thing work. And that's a fragile organization, and we get too carried away with all the bureaucracy of the thing, and we could destroy it. And I'd like to really, on part of my constituents and maybe the other elderly in the community, say, hey, please, whatever we do, let's not goof up this thing that works. We can overlay it with all this other stuff, but don't mess it up.
Yes, I would echo many of the same words that Supervisor Raymond mentioned. The Department on Aging has a lot of volunteers. We don't want to lose that. There's various parts to the whole department there, and I'd have to look to name them all, but there are several, and there's quite a group of people. In regard to the ADRC, Aging Disability Resource Center, I'd like to know what the grant is from the state we might receive, and will that change in future years? Also, will it affect the waiting list, so-called, that we have at this time?
Have the numbers changed since you last reported this to us? Or
They've not changed.
Okay. Same as last time. You want to summarize it?
Basically, it's an allocation of $632,000, of which 450 or so is an allocation from the state. The rest is earned through medical assistance, passed through 100% time recording. Again, that's one of the efficiencies we have in Health and Human Services. We have that mechanism to bill. We can look at other services we provide through long-term support, what will be left over after long-term care reform, to try to maximize opportunities to bill medical assistance for functions that we're going to be performing. And in terms of future, all I can tell you is that we're going to work hard to maximize medical assistance revenue, but I don't know that the state has any long-range plans in terms of annual percentage increases for the administration of Aging and Disability Resource Centers. We can certainly advocate that the funding match cost of living increases or increase service delivery needs, but at this point we don't have any commitment from the state in that regard.
Ms. Lucky.
Page 2 of this resolution indicates that we're renaming this in our bylaws to be the Council and Aging and Disabilities. Is that what you really mean?
No, it should be on.
I'll move to amend it.
It was actually corrected in the one that the Administration Committee signed this morning. So the official version has already been. Nice, good catch. Ready for a vote? Mr. Peterson.
Could we have, excuse me, Mr. Kilman address us before we take the vote? I think that'd be very helpful.
Good morning. My name is Bob Kellerman. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, Supervisor Peterson, for the introduction. I work for an organization called Age Advantage, and we have offices in Eau Claire and Madison. And we're a designated area agency on aging, and designated by the state of Wisconsin. We're a nonprofit organization. We're not a state office on aging, by the way. And we have a board of directors, et cetera. Our job, and my job, is to represent the needs and interests of older persons in an area, hence the term Area Agency on Aging, and St. Croix County is within that area. Our job is also to represent the needs and interests of the agencies that serve those older persons. And I would like to say, I was sitting in back listening to the presentations by Chair Stee and Mr. Johnson, as well as the supervisors, whom I'm sorry I don't know your names, but I wanted to compliment you on your enthusiasm for this resource center development. This is something that I am a strong advocate for. I'm a strong believer in the system of an Aging and Disability Resource Center. And I know that you can recognize those goals that it has, and that I kind of put it into perspective that I think it is something that meets the expectations of your constituents. So I come to you with a long history of working with resource centers in my past, and enthusiastically support your support for that. There are a couple of other reasons that I'm here today, though, for. First of all, I wanted to recognize, if I could, just sort of take a little time out on the issue and recognize Chair Stee Olson's work. Chair Stee Olson has been here maybe 3 years, but in that time, she has developed support from around your county. She has maintained the your county office on aging with very, very high standards. She has, in that short period of time, and I have to say at her young age, articulated well the needs and interests of your senior citizens in this county. And there is many accolades I could give to her on this, and I hope that you extend yours to her as well as she leaves at the end of this month. The other reason I'm here is I have a job. And among other things, the duties of an area agency on aging is to watch over the quality assurance of the aging programs that are funded through the Older Americans Act, which is a federal funding source. And in that, we also work with state aging policies as well. And that job requires me to make sure that there are quality programs, that money is spent in an appropriate fashion, and we provide technical assistance and monitoring to help make that happen. And that there is a structure that meets the laws of the state of Wisconsin for aging programs. If there's any concern I have, if there's any reason that I'm really here, it's because not only are you transitioning to an ADRC, which remember I really appreciate, you're transitioning what is a council on aging into a larger organization. And at the same time, however, you're losing your director. And I would hope that you would put great thought into how that aging office that you have, which, by the way, is perhaps one of the top 10 aging offices in the state of Wisconsin. I have been a director of one of those offices myself for 17 years in a whole other part of the state, and I knew of St. Croix County's accomplishments. It was a group of pioneers here who really took aging programs to a different level. And if you look at the list of accomplishments in their report, their annual report, it's astounding. They may have, I'm just going to say this here, as just a fact that I'm inventing. They may have they may serve more individual units of service to your constituents than any other department. Thousands and thousands and thousands of direct services. You know, it's a ride, it's a meal, it's very, very close to the people that they serve. And they do it very, very well. You can imagine the change, the anxiety of change these days in not just St. Croix County, but across the state, but especially perhaps in your Office on Aging. Across the state, what's happening is just everything is like this. People are going to be doing things they've never done before, and in a way they've never done it. And many facts were spouted out this morning by Chersty and others up here about this resource center. And that I think the most important one was most of the people who use a resource center will not be financially eligible for the benefit that can be received through the resource center. And most of those people will be older persons. And I ask that you take into consideration the anxieties, the stress that your current aging office is probably going through or is going through in this transition. I will do everything I can, and my staff will do everything we can to support that office during this transition. And I ask that you also consider your support during that transition, because it is important to the seniors in your county. It is important to that we have a visible structure that supports the seniors and the programs that serve them in your county.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kellerman. Before we take the vote, let's give Chersty the recognition that is appropriately called for. Thank you. Ms. Gunderson.
I'm just wondering, because I don't feel like I have enough information to make this decision at this point, what is it going to do to our Department of Aging? The benefits and those that are not benefits. Can somebody answer that?
Again, as I've tried to continue to state, I'm in support of aging disability resource centers. I think they're the right direction to go. Aging units, as they've existed historically in the state, are changing, and that's not just within Wisconsin, but language within the Older Americans Act also includes ADRC language. I think Bob made an important point. And I have had concern with this, and I have stated it such, that I think the ADRC has been viewed as a means to an end in terms of long-term care reforms. And that is quite noble, I agree. But it's an end to itself. We get a number of calls from people younger than 60 years old where do they go at this point? And again, as we talk about long-term care reforms, they still would fall through the cracks at this point because they wouldn't meet the financial eligibility for those programs. So again, to build upon the strengths of the Department of Aging, I think there have been concerns that have been voiced by older adults. I think that's why it's important that there is a governance committee that holds people accountable in St. Croix County.
While you're pausing, I would say that I try not to intervene, but I don't really share the view of Mr. Strumpke earlier. Others of you may have different views, but speaking for myself, I think there is almost zero risk of something going wrong from having too many people over age 60 involved in the governance organization. I invite you to think about that.
I'd like to try to help Tricia out here a little bit, because I think the point that Supervisor Gunderson is the main point that has been of concern the last several months as this has been going on. And I, as an observer of the Department on Aging in the 8 years that I've been here now, I think it is an area that there has been more bang for the buck out of this department than most. And that's not a criticism of the other departments, it's more praise of this department. Its ability to do things outside the bureaucratic processes that exist for most of the departments, particularly the human services areas that are very good at what they do, but they have to do it a different way. And the intention of the ADRC is to bring these things together. The discussions, I think, in front of the council have been, it's okay to do it, but do not do anything to diminish what has existed, what has been built. And I don't see why that should happen, other than people don't understand the culture that has existed in aging. People get distracted from the programs and people that are served by aging. I think that's why it's important to have the makeup of the board, the Council on Aging and Disabilities, to be the way it is. And I think, you know, I don't know what every other county has come up with in terms of names for their committee or their council, but I think the hitting on the title here of Council on Aging and Disabilities is to try to maintain everything that has existed with aging to date. Now, it's going to be a little troublesome having Kirsty leave, and I have been trying to pay attention to what has to happen here in the succeeding months, but there's also going to be new appointments. There's going to be other things that come into play because of the disability component of it. But I certainly had the sense from the council that they are very interested, determined, committed to maintaining what has existed, and I would assume that those people will all remain involved and will hear about it if we're somehow deviating from purpose, if that gives any reassurance.
What happens if we don't pass this?
If the application has already been sent to the state, although the state isn't going to approve anything that the county doesn't approve. Again, in order to implement long-term care reforms and have that managed care organization come to St. Croix County to provide that benefit, there has to be an ADRC in place prior to that. So again, the ADRC has to be in place for long-term care reforms to happen. If this doesn't pass at this time, again, this is the structure that was submitted to the state in the application. If that needs to be pulled and relooked at, I guess that would be a decision made by those moving forward with this process.
Mr. Chairman, I move the question before the House.
The motion has been made and seconded to end debate. It requires 2/3 vote to end debate. But I did not see other hands. Well, now I see a hand. So we will take a vote on the motion to end debate. And we'll do it by roll call.
Motion not to end debate.
A yes vote is to stop a yes vote is to stop the discussion and proceed to the vote. A no vote is to continue the discussion.
Wally Habhager?
Yes.
John Martinson?
Yes.
Gene Ritz?
Yes.
Gordon Awesome?
No.
Tom Kaflish?
No.
Chuck Strumke?
No.
Sharon Norton Bauman?
No.
Roger Rebholz?
Yes.
Bill Cranmer?
No.
Darrell Standifer?
Yes.
John Borup?
Yes.
Clarence Malick?
Yes.
Don Jordan? Ron Raymond?
No.
Linda Lucky? Stan Kruger?
No.
Denise Gunderson? Lois Burry?
Yes.
Brian Hurchin?
Yes.
Julie Spear?
Yes.
Joe Hurchin?
Yes.
Bill Peavy?
Yes.
Gerald Peterson?
Yes.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Chuck Mills? Richard King?
Yes.
The motion failed. Debate will continue. Who hasn't spoken yet? Ms. Nordenbauman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask just a simple question about the logistics of the makeup of this second page of this organizational structure. I'd like to ask why the Council on Aging and Disabilities, as it appears on this sheet, will now answer to the Health and Human Services Board, and is that a correct assumption?
I don't understand it to be that way, that the Council on Aging and Disabilities reports to. That's why I understand that's a dotted line, Ms. Nordenbauman. The Council on Aging and Disabilities has its solid line to the county board. Does that help?
Thank you.
Yes. Next, Mr. Awesome.
I'd like to ask, I guess, Mr. Whiting, how many employees from the Council on Aging are there that will be folded into this new Division of Health and Human Services, and how many people from the Health and Human Services Department are becoming part of this new organization?
I'm going to have to defer to the staff on the actual numbers.
There are currently 37 staff within the Department of Aging, recognizing that 7 of those are actually 6 of them are considered full-time, so the rest are part-time employees. There will be 5 new positions within the ADRC. Again, it will be an open process, so there could be Health and Human Services employees who apply for those positions. There could be Department on Aging folks who apply for those positions. Regardless, there will be 5 new positions. The ADRC director, a disability benefit specialist, and 3 INA specialists.
May I ask, is there an economic impact one way or another on wage and benefit levels from making the 37 staff members part of Health and Human Services rather than their Council on Aging?
There are some differences between union and non-union positions, and that's something that we're working on.
Currently, at this time, no one in the health or within Department on Aging is in the union. They are currently all non-union positions.
So is it safe to assume that all 37 of these then will become union positions?
I'm not sure it's safe to assume anything. The office type positions are the likely candidates for that. The nutrition centers, that whole aspect, I can't see that changing by anything that the management is viewing, and I have not heard anything to the contrary on that.
And I think the concern in the debate over how this was structured was that the many, many thousands of volunteer hours would become, that the Council of Aging is able to obtain, would become subject to union work rules and would perhaps not be allowed to be volunteer hours any further and would have to be paid positions by the county. Is that part of what the concern was?
Well, let me take a crack at that, because that's the situation whether we do this or we don't do that. That is a situation that has always existed. Management does not determine what positions goes into a union. The union will do that. It hasn't, and I'm not aware that it's going to.
However, if we left the structure such that the Council on Aging became the Aging and Resource and Disability Center, it would continue under the same non-representative structure of employees. Is that correct?
It would, and I think the majority of positions that you're bringing in, the 37 that you're talking about, would continue that way. What I'm saying is that there are a couple of positions that do have comparables in the rest of the county that should be looked at.
And so, really, the economic impact of to the county and to the taxpayers of leaving it as an organization such as it is now, the Council on Aging and Disability, and the employment structure has not been compared to the cost of bringing it under the Health and Human Services and increasing what is the biggest department in the county. Has 7 different groups in it. Now it will have an 8th group in it. We really haven't done that economic analysis. Is that correct?
I think it's a, I don't think the presumption of the question is correct. The presumption has been that what aging has been doing will continue. Those working at the centers, those working in nutrition, that will continue. Frankly, perhaps to those who use and those who work there, not noticing any particular difference in what they've been doing day to day, month to month, year to year. There are going to be some aspects of the office work, particularly at the director position, that would be more closely aligned with what's the program issues that take place at Health and Human Services. There's no, I'm not aware of any contemplated change in location, of doing anything any different to what aging has been doing, other than the addition of the disability side of it, which is a programmatic thing that is probably more oriented towards human services.
I'm not sure that I followed your answer, but if I may restate, as I understand it, we haven't done an economic analysis of the cost of staffing the ARDC under the Council of Aging versus the cost of staffing it under the Health and Human Services. Is that correct?
I will agree with you that has not been done.
Okay. So I would like to move that we table this resolution until such time as that full analysis is done and brought back to the county board.
I second.
I understand that we have a motion to table until a study is prepared and presented to the county board. The definition of what is to be studied, I believe, is, in the words of Supervisor Awesome, a full financial analysis. Mr. Peterson.
I'm a little confused in what is being suggested here. Being that we have a primary motion on the floor, I'm asking Corp Counsel, wouldn't this be an amendment rather than a completely new motion?
No, it's a motion to postpone.
I think that's debatable, isn't it? Remember? It is debatable. Does anybody wish to debate the motion to postpone until after a full financial analysis? Sounds like nobody desires to debate it. We can just vote on it. No? Mr.
I guess I'm in agreement with Supervisor Awesome, because if I can remember correctly, the Council on Aging, with the volunteer drivers and that are not in the union, they're paid at a considerably less rate than the union employees. And I think we have to analyze that, and do we want more people in the union telling us how to run county government? I mean, the unions are very strong in government and no place else, and here we're going to have the opportunity of putting 37 more people in the union, and with a higher increase in cost. If we look at the drivers that drive for the Council on Aging compared to the drivers up at Health and Human Services, I think there's a disparity of about $2 an hour. That's just my recollection, and I could be wrong on it. The other question I have is there's $450,000 supposedly coming from the state. When that money runs out from the state and they do not longer fund it, what do we do?
To make and debate. Supervisor Rebholz.
Problem that some of you are seeing with the employees, because I spent a
about 8 years driving the bus for the Department of Aging. And some days you're working 3 hours, some days you work 4 hours. And you never work many more than 2 or 3 days a week, so I don't see how that gets to be a problem. And the same is happening with the people who dispense the meals. I just can't see where that's going to be a problem.
Mr. Raymond.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I think we do need a little discussion and debate on it. When it came to the administration committee, from my standpoint, it was a done deal. It had gone to finance, it had gone here, there, and the other places, Health and Human Services, Department on Aging, and I guess I made the assumption that a complete analysis had been done. So I would encourage us to think about doing a complete analysis.
One of the things that I think enters into the picture here also, under the mission, second page here, St. Croix County Aging and Disability Resource Center empowers and supports older adults, people with disabilities. Okay, that's two separate areas. And under Human Services, and I don't know all of the services by no means, but they have a process for billing or receiving payments for those services from the disabilities. I think that's part of it as to why it falls under Human Services in the end and such. Is that a little help there, Fred, on responsibility?
That was one of the points in terms of creating efficiencies between the two departments, is Health and Human Services does have that billing mechanism in place to take care of trying to maximize medical assistance pass-through dollar, which I referenced earlier. The other thing is that Health and Human Services does have experience with the disabled population, the behavioral health client that may have chronic mental illness, as well as alcohol and drug abuse issues. So again, of the target groups, that was one of the things that we looked at that are going to be served by the ADRC, is that Health and Human Services to some degree currently serves 4 of those 5 target groups. The other thing, just to make note here, is we have had some discussions with regard to the impact on, I haven't been involved in any economic study on the impact if 37 people move from non-represented to represented, but I guess I would make a couple of points. First off, Health and Human Services has done a fair amount of work around strategic planning. One of the things we talked about in our strategic planning is developing something similar to what the Department on Aging has, and that is to develop more opportunities for volunteerism for consumers. Populations served might be a hair different, but the idea nonetheless is to develop resources that volunteers could assist us in providing services. Tammy's been involved in Tammy Funk, our HR administrator, has been involved in some of the discussions around negotiations. She and I have had a little bit of conversation with regard to if these people to roll in, and Chuck, I don't know if it's appropriate to have Tammy talk about those things specifically, but my take on the organizational structure was not that those individuals, other than if there were certain classes of individuals, may change regardless of what organizational structure they report to, be it as it is now or as it is proposed. Tammy, do you want to address that in some way?
Good morning. I think in just listening to the conversation today, there's a couple points that might help for clarification. You know, there seems to be a concern of the difference in cost, whether positions are union or non-union. The important thing to look at is that could happen whether positions stay in the Department of Aging as they are or they move into the ADRC. So as Chuck talked before, management doesn't necessarily get to dictate which positions fall where, but if the union felt that those positions should be considered, that could happen the same way. It's been my understanding that as these positions fold in and we have the new positions, you know, we will also be reallocating the budget dollars that go along with that. So there really is not at this time reason to believe the cost would be different, other than, of course, the issue of, ongoing funding from the state.
Mr. Lawson.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I've watched you work over the past 2 years, and you work extremely hard. You have a huge department, and you've worked to correct some of the problems that you inherited with that department. And among one of those problems was the fact that the accounting system in Health and Human Services Department was not up to date, and as a result, millions of dollars in billings were not made on a timely basis in the past, not under your watch. But that situation, as I understand it, is still not completely corrected, and it's in process of being done. So the question I have for you is, if the logic was to bring the group under the Health and Human Services for the strength of the billing and the medical records and this sort of thing, how are we going to be assured that that problem would be overcome in the future?
What I think I would make a distinction on is that currently the medical assistance billing is up to date. All of the individuals that need certifications done are done. All of the contracts are in place. So those billings that had not been going out the door are now going out the door. So the assurance is that what we've corrected in terms of timeliness of billing and adding some staff in our accounts receivable department has occurred. This would be another medical assistance type billing, so I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't go out the door the same as any of our other medical assistance billings. The piece that we're still catching up on in terms of a backlog of write-offs has to do with those that did not go years ago, did not get billed. So that's what we're working on currently in terms of catch-up. But those will be written off into a doubtful account and move forward. So I would anticipate that the billing won't be a problem, and secondarily, there are ways, as you're well aware, in terms of age receivable reports that we're taking a look at in more detail on Health and Human Services that we could take a look at specific to billing for the ADRC. The other comment that I would just make, just real briefly if I may, is that part of the work that we've done, and if a delay happens, I understand, but I want the board to be aware that the application process, as we initially had talked about, was going to be done for the ADRC would be done approximately October, November-ish of 2007. Because a lot of discussion around organizational structure, that got delayed till the end of February. That application's been submitted. Our anticipated rollout day for long-term care reform, where we would start transitioning consumers from the current managed care or the current waiver system to managed care, will be September 1st, which means we have to have the Aging and Disability Resource Center up 2 months prior, which is July 1st. So delaying really will put us at jeopardy of that September 1 start date. The other thing that I want to come back as a fundamental conversation as to why are we involved in long-term care reform has to do with our wait list. I've been a Health and Human Services employee for some time now, and every annual open hearing that I attend, either as the director or as a department manager, several individuals that are eligible functionally and financially are waiting for services in St. Croix County, and I think Ron Lockwood has updated those numbers. And this is our opportunity to move those folks from waiting for services to an entitlement for services through the managed care organization. You'll see a PowerPoint presentation if you want detail on it, but what was presented to Health and Human Services is that today, to run our long-term support budget, costs of the county local taxpayer about $3.3 million in the 2008 budget. I don't have that information right in front of me, but it's roughly that. Through legislative action, the allocation that St. Croix County will be required to contribute after a 5-year buy-down of our contribution will be $376,008. That number I happen to remember. I'm not quite sure why. So there's a substantial upside for us in terms of action in regards to eliminating wait lists in a 2-year period of time, transitioning our current residents that are fortunate enough to receive a waiver slot, and also moving towards a decreased contribution to fund the managed care long-term care reform system.
Yes, as I understand it too, those on the waiting list, all or part of them, are already receiving some care or services. I don't know details at all that way, but I do know that I've been told that they do receive some services that way.
I'd have to have Ron Lockwood speak to that in more detail. Ron, do you want to?
For those of you who may not know him, this is Ron Lockwood. The persons that are on the waiting list are waiting for the home and community-based waiver benefit, which provides in-home support services for people so they can stay out of institutional care. It also provides assisted living. It provides community-based residential care apartment complex benefits. And basically, it's the non-medical benefits that these persons are on the waiting list for. So if they're on medical assistance, and most of these people would be because they are low income, they would be able to use their medical assistance card to buy medical services. So this not only includes hospital-based services, physicians, pharmaceuticals, the various therapies, occupational therapy, physical therapy. So those kind of benefits, if you're saying these people are getting some kind of service, most of the people are able to buy those kind of medical services. What they're lacking is for people that need an increased number of support services in their home to help them stay in their home. They're not going to be able to get that through a medical assistance card. They can get some limited skilled nursing through the home health care benefit, but they can't get any other kinds of support services. So somebody who needs, let's say, 24-hour care in terms of at least supervision is not going to be able to get it through that benefit through the medical assistance card unless they agree to go into a nursing home. They have a right, a constitutional right, to the services in a nursing home. But they can't, if they want to go into an assisted living like Comforts of Home or the Deerfield in New Richmond, or there's several other community-based residential care facilities as well, and residential care apartment complexes, those are the kind of benefits they can't access, as well as housekeeping services in the home, other supportive home care in the home. So when we say they're on the waiting list for the home and community-based waiver program, it's for that non-medical service that they're waiting for. Mr. Strumke, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First thing is I would like to thank the supervisors for catching the fact that there hasn't been a cost analysis that I brought up at first, but I would like to address the chair's comments as referencing my comments. I no way intended to imply that I have any problems at all with seniors being on any of these boards. My only concern was that the change mandates it or requires it, and it takes a lot of decision-making process or inputs from the board and other people because it's required to be on there. That was my only concern. If there's a desire to have the whole board consists of seniors, I have no objection, but it's the requirement that it's required in this change.
The only other comment, I think Supervisor Awesome had raised it earlier with regard to the impact on staff, and in our long-term support unit as we move towards long-term care reform, we have currently about 11 staff there in that department, and we anticipated and did financial forecasts that would look at that department shrinking to approximately 4 staff. So we will see some reduction in workforce there. There will be an increase in the Aging and Disability Resource Center funding that we will receive. I don't think that funding, Supervisor Krieger, is in jeopardy. I just can't predict what future legislative actions may take to either increase it, but that's the allocation that we've been earmarked for St. Croix County for future years to come.
I voted in Health and Human Services Board meeting for moving the proposal forward, and I think that the Health and Human Services management has done a timely job of bringing this and integrating it with long-term care reform. But the issue is, I don't think that we have looked at the impact of losing all of that volunteer services by bringing the organization under Health and Human Services. And I don't think we looked at the economic impact of unionizing 37 jobs. And our debate later this afternoon will be about how we are paying roughly double the going rate for professionals in the nursing profession because they are union county employees. And that is the analysis that I hope that this board will look at. How much is this really going to cost you potentially? We can't continue to deliver services and increase costs. So, thank you.
We have before us the motion to postpone until there is a financial analysis, and the discussion about it, I will try to summarize, but you correct me if I've got it wrong, but the idea is that the financial analysis would make a prediction of the migration to union status of persons who are not currently such, and to the loss of volunteers who are currently providing services at no cost to the county. Have I got it right? Trying to put some structure and definition to that for the sake of whoever's going to do this analysis, if a majority of people want to postpone it for that purpose. And I didn't call on you, Mr. Peterson. Now I do.
Well, thank you. You really helped me out. I was going to ask for a clarification of the motion that is before the House and on the floor, and you did that, so
That's my job. Any further discussion? Ms. Murray?
I don't understand why you think we'd be losing the volunteers. To me, those volunteers will continue to volunteer and do what they've been doing all along. Am I wrong? Jersty? Will we be losing volunteers? I don't see that.
I'll answer your question, but I feel like I have to just clarify my emotion. This has been quite a week. You know, I appreciate the applause, and I believe Chairman Malik asked me after the January Council of Aging if the older adults in St. Croix County still love me. I'm very humbled to say their support in this whole thing has been phenomenal, so the feeling is mutual. With regards to volunteers and that threat, I think as the question was brought up, and again, there are people here better able to answer that in terms of if any of those functions would be looked at as staff functions. But, you know, again, I think there's a very strong spirit of volunteerism in St. Croix County, and there are people who call us on a weekly basis, daily basis, who want to help out. Many of whom are people 60 years and older, which again, I think keeps them healthy and vital and is a benefit. So I don't think that is the threat.
Presumably that part of the analysis would be brief. Do you disagree, Mr. Rawson? That's how you go. Maybe. Was there anybody else who wanted to talk? Is there going to be a majority who want to postpone this for that purpose? That's what the vote will be about. Did you want to speak, Ms. Norton-Baumann?
Just one thing.
Shirley.
I truly would like to see this financial analysis because it seems to me that there's an old analogy that goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I see that our Department of Aging is functioning quite well. And if the union our unions at some point in time decide to move those jobs into a union, we will probably not have very much to say about that. but to perhaps take an action that will move these positions into union membership doesn't make sense to me unless I really understand the financial bottom line on it.
Did you draw the conclusion that adopting this reorganization makes it more likely that they would become unionized or less likely?
More likely.
I heard earlier from Tammy that there was no distinction. Now, you know, you're entitled to disagree with her, but just to get be clear on what was said by the staff. All right, I guess we should take a roll call vote after hearing from Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. If this motion carries, in order to help Mr. Johnson with his timeline, would it be possible to schedule a special meeting in the very near future after the data is collected so we can still keep on his timeline, which I think is extremely important?
Yeah, it would be possible to have a special meeting or to take a piece of our goal-setting meeting, or presumably it'd be available by the April 15th board meeting. If the clerk will call the roll, a yes vote is to postpone and a no vote is to proceed to the main question. Mr. Standifer?
Parliamentary inquiry, it's my understanding that this is only a majority vote?
That's correct. Majority vote to postpone for that purpose. Did I see another hand, or was that your point too? Mr. Kruger?
I guess my question is that if we're looking at this issue and we're going to postpone it for another county board, we're going to have approximately, I don't remember, 10, 11 people, new people, that are going to come into this situation totally green, and it's going to be delayed for a lot longer time period.
John Mortensen?
Yes vote is to postpone, a no vote is to not postpone.
No.
Gene Ritz?
Yes.
Gordon Awesome?
Yes.
Tom Kaflish?
No.
Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman?
Yes.
Roger Rebholz?
No.
Bill Cranmer?
Yes.
Daryl Standifer?
No.
John Borup?
No.
Clarence Malick?
No.
Don Jordan?
Yes.
Ron Raymond?
Yes.
Linda Lucky?
Yes.
Stan Kruger?
No.
Denise Gunderson?
No.
Lois Burry?
No.
Brian Hurchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
No.
Joel Hurchin?
No.
Bill Peavy?
No.
Gerald Peterson?
No.
Charlie Grant?
No.
Chuck Mills?
No.
Richard King?
No.
Wallace Habhager?
No.
The motion failed to achieve a majority. We're back to the main question to adopt or not adopt this structure of organization. Mr. Strumke?
Mr. Chair, I request a 5-minute recess.
Let's get the vote over with first, and then it shouldn't take long to run through the roll. I think we've probably had almost enough debate. Mr. Kruger?
The administration committee voted on this issue in their meeting this morning. Was it passed unanimously, or?
Yes, I wanted to ask Mrs. Duncan a question. Are you confident that the aging population currently in the Department of Aging Programs will continue to receive the county organized programs without declining services with the new ADRC structure that's proposed?
Okay. Recognizing the time and energy that has been put into this process thus far, you know, my sense has been that I think it's important that there's a governance committee that reports directly to the county board so that there is that ongoing visibility and accountability built into this what I view as a compromise, recognizing the view and respecting the viewpoints of others who are involved in this process. So I think that board will help with the accountability of ensuring that those services going forward continue to be a part of the ADRC. And I also have confidence in the staff who are currently a part of the Department of Aging, that, again, the culture and the attitude that they bring with them is something that will only benefit an ADRC.
Going to call for the vote.
I'm not sure that quite answers my question. Are you confident that the people at the receiving end are going to continue to receive the programs in the way they have been receiving them?
I think by building upon the strengths that currently are in place through the Department of Aging, if that is, again, the vision of the ADRC, I would answer yes to that. Again, my rationale for leaving is for other personal and professional feelings in terms of St. Croix County as an organization. In saying that, though, I don't know what the future holds. But again, that's where I go back to the importance of this governance committee, holding people accountable, and having a vision broader for the ADRC than, again, just the long-term care reforms, but the responsibilities we each have to recognize that any of us could need assistance at some time due to aging, a disability, or some other need.
We'll take the vote now, and then we'll take a recess until 11 o'clock, and that would be an opportunity for members of the public who wish to speak, who are residents of St. Croix County, to get in touch with their supervisor and take care of these little brown pieces of paper, as well as for all the rest of us to do what we do during breaks. Roll call. A yes is to adopt this governance structure as it's been recommended by the three committees. A no is to not do it.
Gene Ritz? No. Gordon Awesome? No. Tom Kafflish?
Yes.
Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Sharon Norton-Bauman? No. Roger Rebholz?
Yes.
Bill Cranmer?
Yes.
Daryl Standifer?
Yes.
John Borup?
Yes.
Clarence Malick?
Yes.
Don Jordan?
Yes.
Ron Raymond?
No.
Linda Lucky?
Yes.
Stan Kruger?
Yes.
Denise Gunderson?
No.
Lois Burry?
Yes.
Brian Hurchin?
No.
Julie Spear? Sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Joe Hurchin?
Yes.
Bill Peavy?
Yes.
Gerald Peterson?
Yes.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Chuck Mills?
No.
Richard King?
Yes.
Wallace Habhager?
Yes.
John Martinson?
Yes.
That's it.
The motion prevails. We're on recess until the atomic clock says 11 o'clock. Don't make me, I have to call the sheriff. With regard to item number 1 on our agenda, which would be the appointment of a replacement for District 8, you were all sent a copy of the announcement that was circulated reasonably widely, soliciting ideas for people who would like to be appointed for the remainder of the term. Those of you who have been here when we've had a vacancy in a district from somebody moving out of their district before probably remember that the process that's set up by the statute is that the county board chair is to recommend to the board a name of a person, and then the board votes to confirm or not confirm that person. No one has applied to the position. No one has made their name known to me wanting to fill out the term on District 8. So I have nobody to recommend to you, and we'll move on to item number 2. The same action of a supervisor moving out of his district created a vacancy on one of our 4 elected committees. And Public Protection is one of those elected committees, so that means that the way we fill the position is by election from our members. It's the same sort of thing we'll be doing at the April 15th meeting when we have, after the election, new people and a bunch of elected committees to fill. The chair and the vice chair have no particular role with respect to that. It's just open for nominations and then an election. And the clerk has prepared a ballot, and what we'll do in a moment here is take nominations. As you probably remember from Robert's rules, a nomination does not have to be seconded, but around here we sort of have a tradition that if people want a second or a third or something, they're allowed to do that. So that's the stage we're in, and I think everybody's in their seat, and we're ready to take nominations for the vacancy on the Public Protection Committee, and Mr. Mills had his hand up first, and then Mr. Grant will be next.
Mr. Chairman, we've communicated with
Microphone, please.
Okay. Pardon the voice. You have yelling cadence for the honor guard during the leprechaun spawning days parade. And ugly. We've communicated with Mr. Buzz Marzoff, and he has agreed to accept the nomination. He is absent today, but it is still acceptable, I believe, in absentia, to put his name on the nomination list for public protection to fill out that term.
You can only be on one elected or nominee or elective committee, can't you?
That is correct.
And this would be?
If a person is elected to another committee, then as soon as they're elected, they have to resign the other one, and then we'd have a domino effect or trickle-down effect or something. So, but Mr. Marzoff is not on any elected committee, so that issue does not arise. Are there any other nominations? Mr. Wally Hobhager.
Mr. Chairman, I nominate John Mortensen.
Are there any other nominations for the vacancy on the Public Protection Committee? I'll pro forma call for it 2 more times just to make sure that somebody's not sitting on the fence. Are there any other nominations for the Public Protection Committee? Any other nomination for the Public Protection Committee? All right, we have nominated Supervisors Marzoff and Mortensen. So when you get your ballot, you can't just put a big M. It's got to be either Marzoff or Mortensen, right? And let's see, Chuck, would you be willing to perform the service of distributing them? Here's one for you, Mr. King, and I'm taking one right now. And whoops, I'm going to take 1, not 2. There should be, what did we say? There should be 26 of us here? 27, I think, is 26. 5 are missing. Dowd, Wentz, Troyer, Marzoff, and Leonard. 31. Yeah, 26. So write a name on it, fold it once, and then Mr. Whiting will collect them. And Tammy, would you help him to do the count, please? You can do it on that little lectern over there on the end. Meanwhile, we'll do as we usually try to do and rush some other business through while the count is going on. We've had countless people patiently waiting all day to talk about other matters or to hear the debate on other matters. What we'll take up next is number 3, third item on our agenda, and you're anxious to make the motion, Mr. Kruger?
Yes,
All right. Business item number 3 looks like this. Is there a second to that one? Mr. Standifer seconds it. Good. This then is the resolution approving participation in the Wisconsin Community Development Block Grant for Economic Development Program. This was mailed out to everybody, so you saw it in your homework already. We'll only take essential questions, naturally. Mr. Kruger.
Shar Gurney from the Wisconsin Community Development Block Grant, and she can explain all of this for us, please, and she can also bring up John Vries at the same time, who's the grant is going to apply to.
Up to our lectern, if you will, and let us see your lovely visages. And how about you, Bill? I'd be fine. Okay. Well, at least stand up, Bill Rubin. I mean, it doesn't happen every day that people get a chance to recognize him. He's the Executive Director, Bill Rubin, of the St. Croix County Economic Development Corporation. He's responsible for making businesses grow in St. Croix County. All right, Shar.
Well, hello. As mentioned, my name is Shar Gurney, and I am the Business Development Specialist with West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. And before you, you do have a resolution approving participation in the Wisconsin Community Development Block Grant for Economic Development Program. The Wisconsin Department of Commerce is asking that St. Croix County be the applicant for a CDBG grant, Community Development Block Grant, in the amount of $206,000. $6,000 of that is for grant administration, which would be done by West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission, and $200,000 of that would be lent to WG Properties of St. Croix, LLC, and Emerald Dairy 2, LLC. And the loan would then be to assist with the dairy expansion of Emerald Dairy 2, which is located in the town of Emerald. Mr. John Vries is here today as well to answer any questions about the project, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about the process.
Mr. Vries, let me say, since we haven't passed any motions, I'll just say it on behalf of myself, but I'm always proud traveling around the state on behalf of the county to be able to tell people that we're the home of your innovative operations there, so try to keep up the good work.
All right, appreciate that. Quickly, we're not trying to expand number of cows at Emerald Dairy. It's a process that I mentioned at this, probably in front of the Board of Adjustment 6 years ago, and it's taken a substantial amount of time, but we're essentially going to take somewhere between 50 and 75% of the effluent coming out of our cows and turn it into essentially potable water. So we think it's a pretty exciting technology. We think in the next 30 to 60 days we'll have our EPA and DNR permit. The reason EPA is involved in the state of Wisconsin in this issue is it's never been done before in the United States. It's taken 6 months to prove them taking samples that they like the looks of it. So we really have installed like a city municipal treatment plant, which again would decrease the volume of our total manure substantially. So we think it's pretty exciting, and we think that it'll be cost effective for many people in my industry to adopt. So I'd be happy to answer any of the other questions that you might have, Mr. Chairman.
Have you thought of a name under which this bottled water will be marketed?
No, I think our community ought to just keep it right here. We're using it for a couple of other things. Quickly, we're taking some of the warm water, we're growing some algae to see if we can turn it into biodiesel. We're also raising about 4,000 or 5,000 tilapia fish in it to see if that works. And we'll probably develop an aquaponics building using that warm water as well to take the BTUs of energy that were created to do the process back out before we discharge it.
Questions? Mr. Strumke.
Well, I intend to support this. I think it's a great idea. But, Shar, we talked in the hall here, and, you know, I didn't fully understand how this grant program goes. You use the term loan, and the county gives it out and all that stuff. But for the benefit to the rest of the county board that was as uninformed as I was, which is probably just me, and the citizens that are observing this both on TV and in the audience here, could you actually explain from the applicant process to the state and then back through to the counties, back to us giving it out, and the money comes back to the people you give it out to your organization?
Sure. The monies are actually available under the Wisconsin Community Development Block Grant Program, which is a federal program, but it's administered by the State Department of Commerce. And Department of Commerce does grant in this region new loans or new grants to the municipalities, in this case to counties, and then the county then would loan the money to the business. At that point in time, because we do have a regional revolving loan fund program, which St. Croix County is a part of, the loan payments then would be put back into the consolidated regional revolving loan fund, which is something that has been created over the last year. And at that point in time, as the payments come into the program, then they are available to be lent out again to other expanding businesses.
If I could just expand and correct me if I'm wrong, the loan goes out at a current rate of 2%?
This loan would go out at 2%, yes.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up for everybody is to understand that when we hear the term grant, we think that somebody's getting something free. And in reality, this program is kind of a grant down to the municipalities to administer, but the person that actually receiving the money is actually paying some interest for it. And it's going back into your organization. And as that continues to grow, you have monies then that you can lend back out for economic development. And you do that at what interest rate currently?
At 4%.
At 4%. So that's a pretty good amount of money that's available for businesses that want to get started up or expand. And so it is something that a lot of people might not know about. So I appreciate the board giving me time to have that explained. Thank you.
Turn that effluent into water both winter and summer?
Yep. Yep. 24/7, 365 is the intent.
Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this come to us with the unanimous approval of the Finance Committee?
It does. I just signed the signature copy. It'll go around for signatures shortly. Thank you. It has been duly, what's that verb? Timmermanized. All right. One of these days he's going to assert copyright protection, I suppose, and then I'll be in trouble. Are you ready to vote then for this resolution? All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you for the presentation. I've just signed the contract that provides for the West Central Regional Planning Commission, of which Shar is an employee, to administer this grant on behalf of St. Croix County. That's the standard way that it's done, as she explained. And I just couldn't help but notice that the other signature on here on behalf of the West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission is Arthur Jacobson, who used to have the seat that Mr. King has for some years. Art had called me about a week ago to say that he's reached an age at which he feels that he's entitled to fully retire, and he's no longer going to be a candidate for chairman of the West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. But he's done the job for many years and done it well, and of course St. Croix County's interest as a part of that commission has been well served by having him in that position. Linda Lucky is another member of that commission, and Joe Hurchin is. Those are our other two members from this county currently. Just a passing note, give that to you, go in the files, etc. Let's go to number 4, the pedestrian and bicycle plan. Oh, I guess we could announce the vote result, couldn't we? Or else vote again if we have to. Did we have a tie? Oh, it's up there. For the record, the vote is 14 votes for Supervisor Mortensen and 12 votes for Supervisor Marzoff for the Public Protection Committee. Congratulations, Mr. Mortensen. You can begin to meet with that committee at their next meeting. Duly noted. We've received one request by a citizen to speak on this topic. Help me not to forget to call on Mr. Weber.
I am.
Want to make the motion to get it on the floor?
Madam
wanted to say something before we let Bob get in there.
Yeah.
I'll move this and bring it to the floor. I'm assured that the projector is going to work, so we'll see here. We haven't shut it down, so it will. This will be the acid test. What you've got before you is the bicycle and pedestrian plan, and I just wanted to mention we handed it out, I think, 2 meetings ago in the pre-hearing form. Since then, we've held a public hearing, and the changes that came out of the public hearing were constructive changes that have been folded in, and Bob will review those with you. I think he's going to talk a little bit about how we come about this, but this is many months of activity from citizens groups that were representative of all the towns, villages, and communities around that wanted to participate. So it was a good community-based plan, and you're going to see that as we go forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob. I want to mention, it was passed unanimously by the committee, and I noticed the signatures are on the back. So the committee's on board. Robert?
All right, thanks, Ron. Boy, I don't know about you, but I'm awful sick of that slide here, so I'm going to keep moving on here awful fast. But just to let you know that this has probably been one of the most enjoyable projects I've worked on, mainly due to the fact that we had a good advisory committee that offered a lot of enthusiasm. We're very dedicated and committed to the process and sees the need for trails and trail systems in St. Croix County. What I want to do this morning is talk a little bit, 3 things. I want to talk a little bit about the process and essentially what brought us from the beginning to where we are today. I want to talk a little bit about the plan content, which we're going to focus mainly on 2 maps, particularly in the plan. And then at the end, what I want to do is share with you what I consider future outcomes, or how I see this plan being able to be used in the future. So why and how? Why we began this process, it was identified as probably the highest priority in our outdoor rec plan. We ended up having folks that really wanted trails in St. Croix County, and we had to break that down to human-powered trails, motorized trails, and horse-powered trails. Human-powered being the highest priority. And with that, then we developed a goal in there where the Parks Department was then responsible to develop a comprehensive multi-jurisdictional trail system throughout the county, including local units of government, into that process. And that's what we did. Earlier, back in probably March of '07, we contracted with West Wisconsin Regional Planning and contracted with one of their transportation staff there, and also had developed other bicycle plans in the past. And we also then tried to get our local units of government involved, where we wrote a letter to each one of our towns and municipalities asking either the mayor or the town chairman or their delegates to be a part of our process and engaged in that planning effort. This was essentially, in Appendix A, you'll see the names of the folks that were a part of our committee, but what I did here is I kind of broke it down in categories. And you can tell from here we had roughly about 46 folks that did participate intermittently during that process. And so it was a good group of folks. What you'll notice as we look at one of the last maps is we had much more interest and participation with folks on the western and middle part of the county, and less interest essentially on the eastern part of the county. And I just want to let you know that so you're prepared for that when we look at the map. We knew that there was a lot of information out there. We know that the state had a very broad bicycle transportation plan. We knew that the highway department had developed an effort back in '95 that developed a bicycle transportation plan. We also knew that other municipalities and other towns had also been developing different types of trails, and through their planning commission had developed some type of trail plan. So what we wanted to do is gather what information we knew, build from that, and then bring in others to participate in that effort to expand that. Again, our goal was to look at developing a system where we have connectivity throughout the county where it just doesn't stop at a municipal jurisdictional line. We asked the folks to look at both long-term and short-term. What are things that we can do today, and what are things that we can be out there looking for long-term? So we asked them to consider destination points, cities to cities, perhaps to parks, to schools, and consider other natural resources in your area, the topography, considering off-road trails and on-road trails. So that's part of the, perhaps the short-term, and long-term would be some of our off-road trail systems. And if there are any old abandoned railroad corridors in their area, you know, consider those as perhaps long-term routes. We wanted to develop also some uniform trail standards, specification, and signage. Look at the bikeability, if that's a word, on our roadway system. So what we want to do is measure the amount of traffic on the road, the pavement, and rate what is the safety of that road for future. And then we want to consider the level of riders. And this is very important. When we look at folks being on the roadway, riding bicycles on a roadway, we're really looking at folks that are 16 years old and up. At that point, we figure that some of those young adults have an understanding of the rules of the road and can estimate travel distance or speed of vehicles at that time, so they can make good decisions. This is just, I'm going to briefly run through this, but we assembled our entire work group last April. We broke, because we had a large work group, or a large group, we ended up breaking our work group up into 4 different areas in the county where we had separate work group meetings with each one of those. Part of that effort then was to bring that information, if they had information, to bring them to the meetings. We supplied all the maps. They were to develop different routes on those maps and to get it back to our department by early July. Then, once we received the maps, regional planning began drafting the plan and incorporating those routes in certain maps. We assembled our work group meeting back in the end of September. And again, what we wanted to do at that meeting was to, after we gathered all the routes from what they had developed, what we had is situations where routes did not connect. And we needed to get those folks back in there to come to some resolution on how we can connect those routes. And if the roads were determined to be a high traffic road, we asked them to relook at alternatives. So in December then, those decisions were made. December, the draft plan was created. We did give a summary report to our Planning and Zoning Committee and also our Highway Committee during the month of December for feedback and just to give them an update of where we are. In January, we brought our draft plan back to our committee. And at that time, the committee recommended that we go forward to public hearing. We did publish a Class 2 notice in all newspapers throughout the county and also on our website. The hearing was held in New Richmond, January 31st of this year. At our public hearing, we ended up having 28 folks that showed up at our meeting. We received 9 oral comments, and we left our written comment period open until February 15th. And at that point, we received 11 additional written comments. Also, during the month of January, I was able to give 2 different presentations to town boards. And again, we continued to reach, throughout this process, we continued to reach and keep those folks that, especially those folks on the eastern end of the county that particularly weren't interested at this time, we tried to keep them informed of the progress and what progress we were making. So March 4th, the committee looked at some of the amendments that were brought forward, and we essentially incorporated the comments that we did receive into our plan, and that's the plan that you have before you. I would say probably the Highway Committee probably offered the most comments to our plan, and I believe we incorporated everything that they asked us to incorporate into our plan. And that's really what brings us here today is the plan, and so that essentially accomplishes the process. Now what I want to do is focus a little bit about the content of the plan. We established 3 goals in the plan. These 3 goals are essentially the same as the highway transportation plan. The only thing different is what's underlined there. It's incorporating pedestrian or walking as an activity into our plan. One of the other exercises we looked at is looking at the suitability for roads. Are these roads safe enough with the traffic volumes to be a shared roadway, or should they be considered perhaps paved shoulders if they are considered a route? And in order to do that, we had to look through criteria established in the Wisconsin DOT. This is part of their facility manual, looking at and these are the criteria that you would use. You'd be looking at the traffic volumes, the width of that pavement, the percent of truck traffic on that road, and again, the percent of double yellow line on that road. The more yellow line on the solid yellow line is more hills or more curves on that road. So essentially for the next map that I'm going to show you, we categorized it either in green or red. We took made the decision that if roads were rated in yellow, that with increased traffic in St. Croix County over time, they would progress to be more of a red state anyway. So that was a decision that was made during this planning process. And you can see all the green routes, and these are the established routes by the folks that were part of our advisory committee. All the green routes are those routes that are safe for biking right now with the traffic volumes, with the current traffic volumes. The red would be considered poor. And again, that makes a lot of sense when you start looking through that. You have, and I'm not even sure why that's in there, but that's I-94. We can't have bikes on that anyways, but this would be Highway 12. Highway 63 right there, Highway 65. Those are roadways that we wouldn't really encourage any type of biking on there anyways, or even route it as a bike route. So those were all identified as poor road systems. The next map that I'm going to show you is essentially the map that was really developed and from input from an entire advisory committee. Now, when we get to our municipalities, what we ended up doing is taking those maps and incorporating it into Appendix B, because just the detail of the map doesn't allow us to even map where some of those little trail segments are. So to be more specific, you have to turn to each specific municipality for their map. And this is really the composite map that was developed during this planning process. All the blue lines are roadways that are currently proposed routes and that would act as shared roadway systems in St. Croix County. The green, well, we only have one solid green, which is down here, and that's the Wildwood Trail. That's the only off-road trail system we have here. We have several other proposed or potential off-road systems in St. Croix, or what was developed in this plan. And I think one of the highest potential is this old railroad, abandoned railroad from Hudson to New Richmond, and then beyond up to Deer Park, and beyond, and then further up into Polk County. That railroad bed is actually pretty well intact yet, and it would be something that in the future could be built as an off-road trail system. The problem is, at this time, all that from the abandoned railroad, it all went back to private landowners. So over time, it would take a lot of work and acquisition to obtain that railroad bed again as an off-road trail system. Other off-road trail systems that they considered in this process was connecting our communities. Oh, shoot. Well, there we go. All right. Is connecting our communities from Roberts to Hammond to Baldwin and Woodville. Oh, jeepers. And part of that is to consider, you know, some of these municipalities share school districts. So we were looking at that time of how do we get kids to school. And there are different programs and grant opportunities that communities can engage in to looking at Safe Routes to Schools program and such. And also on there, there's other segments in there. Oh, jeepers. Let's see, right up here on T. That would be, I believe that was designated as a road that could probably be improved and perhaps paved shoulders on that route there because of higher traffic on that stretch of road. Oh, I'm sorry.
Not to interrupt, but regarding that abandoned right-of-way, we've improved a part of that in the city of New Richmond to go through, but wasn't there an understanding that when the railroad abandoned a piece of property, it would go to the county that it passed through? I remember back, we had a committee meeting in the 80s or something.
Yeah, I think the town had an opportunity to take that over at one time, and at that they made a decision that they did not want it, and at that point, then it did go back to private ownership, and so we've lost it. Future outcomes. This plan is a good starting point. It's a progress moving forward from our transportation plan because it allows more routes, looking at more local routes in the communities. I see this as more of an external road network, where I think our internal network could connect to our external network. And let me describe what that means. In our land development ordinance, one of the items in there is to encourage developers to build trails within their development. And when we brought that forward to developers, they are not opposed to building trails within their development. What their criticism was to us is the fact that it didn't connect to anything. And I think what this does is provides that framework for connectivity out to something beyond just that internal network. The plan also provides opportunities for local units of government as they consider resurfacing or reconditioning their road surfaces to seek different, should it need paved shoulders, to seek different opportunities or grant fundings to allow them to try to get some of those dollars. Without having it an approved plan, they won't be able to get any grant dollars. So I think that's what this plan does for them. A good trail system, specifically an off-road trail system, brings tourism and economic development into the community, and I think overall it builds us a stronger community, a healthier community, and I think that's the picture up here kind of tells it all, is when you start providing some of these amenities, you start getting people out and people get to know each other as part of their community, and you get running clubs forming and such like that. So that's it in a nutshell, and I guess at that point I'll take any questions you might have.
Grab the lights, please. Question from Mr. Cranmer?
Yeah, I was looking for priorities, either for the county or from the state for funding projects within this. Do you have any sequence of ideas about what should be funded first, and are some of the bike clubs thinking about this right now?
Yeah, you know, when we look at this, a lot of those decisions, some of those decisions are going to be made locally within a municipality or within the town. We're not, our goal is not to dictate what's their priority or what their priority is. However, I think as you start looking at some of those off-road trail systems, there had been some discussion in our committee is that one off-road trail system, that abandoned railroad from Hudson to New Richmond and up to Deer Park, probably makes the greatest sense, and you know, for us to try to network into something for the future, and that was the only discussion at a committee level.
Mr. Strumke, and then Mr. Weber wants to speak, and he's been, well, that's probably what you're about to do, isn't it? He's being recognized by the supervisor. If you want to make your way up to our podium, Mr. Weber. Is there anything more you wanted to say about your constituent? This being election season?
No, Mr. Weber's been in the community for a long time. He served many years quite well on the Troy Town Board. His wife and him have been quite involved in this for quite a while.
Thank you, Chuck. As Chuck said, excuse me, I'm here representing, one time would have represented Troy, but now I'm representing River Valley Trails, and my wife, who's the president of that organization. Excuse me. It's a nonprofit organization that exists and has existed for about the past 10 or 15 years in one form or another, with the express purpose of promoting safe bicycling and pedestrian walkways, access, education, training, safety in west central Wisconsin. This plan represents a major step forward in this county for defining and having involved a large number of people in defining what's appropriate and what's safe and how it would represent and work for many people. And I urge that you approve this. Whether your concern is for health improvement through the ability to exercise, or safety just to be on the roads or for your kids, or family recreation, or attracting bicycles from Minnesota or other countries, but other states, but mostly Minnesota, to come here and spend their money. This is a very good start, and we support it wholeheartedly. We're involved in depth, and we're really happy to work with happy for the opportunity to work with the Park Board and really commend their leadership in the way that was done. Thank you.
Roll call vote, or can we get by with a voice vote? Mr. Strumke.
I'll say a little bit more. Mr. Weber was already coming up, so just touch on it real quick. As I'm looking on A1 here, where it lists all the people that were represented, is it safe to assume that if in the absence of any city or other municipality or township, they declined to participate, or is there typos, omitting them accidentally, or?
No, there were some towns that, specifically again more on the eastern side than we did on the western side, just at this time just didn't see it as important as some of those on the western side of the county. And when we had folks on the western side, sometimes we had 2 or 3 folks that were involved in that process. So I think it's just where you are in the interest at that time. But I think eventually, as we move forward with this, we'll get more interest on the eastern side.
And I can get a little bit more specific. I
Sure.
understood you said that in the front there. I just noticed in the absence, for instance, that the city of River Falls, a significant sized city, is not represented on here.
But we do, but we do have their map. We have their map incorporated into this, into the plan. They did give us their map into that process. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so they
in
did cooperate.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. And then I just want to state that I brought up bicycle paths at the town board's budget, at the annual town budget hearing in Troy 4 or 5 years ago. So this has been an issue that Troy Township's been working on for quite a while. and I actively support it. I think it is a good idea. There is cost associated with it. I think I read last month when I first got that there's $300 and some million allocated to the state of Wisconsin and federal funds and stuff. This does require on some of these roads expansions, shoulder expansions, beefing up the shoulders. So this can end up with some considerable construction in the area at some cost. That may be a local cost. Is that a correct issue?
Yeah. We're not arguing that there couldn't be future costs to this. But again, I think what this plan does is offer an opportunity, because if there is delegated that perhaps the road needs to be widened or paved shoulders on it, it allows the towns to at least go after some of the grant funds that are available to them. Without it, they wouldn't be eligible to do that.
Okay, good. And that's what I was going to say. I think this gives them that that method to apply for the grants.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Rebholz.
One of the things that concerns me as I read this whole synopsis is that
Mike, please.
You refer a great deal to the Highway Transportation Department and the extension of shoulders on roads. And I think we have to bear in mind that the highway right now has trouble getting enough money to do the things they're supposed to do. And if we were going to add shoulders on, that cost has to be borne by someone besides the transportation department. It can't, because that cost gets pretty extensive. So I think we have to look at that very closely.
And I appreciate the comment. And I think, Roger, also the highway department can also tap into these same funds, because it's on a approved plan, so they have an opportunity of tapping the same dollars.
Well, with that extensive presentation and good questions, it would seem like we'd be ready to vote on it. Are you ready to vote? Okay, all in favor of adopting this resolution and adopting the plan should now vote aye. Aye. And opposed, nay? Nay. And it passes. Next, we have, and I've decided that one of the things we can do to make today's schedule work better is to defer number 6 about the goal-setting report, push that down to someplace later than where it currently is. But let's, while we have Mr. Heise here and while we have Mr. Raymond ready to make motions, let's take number 5, the resolution authorizing an application for grant funds to renovate and redevelop park facilities. Mr. Raymond, are you moving it? Moving it. Is there a second? Mr. Ritz is seconding it. We've had this in our homework. Does anybody have questions they want to ask before we vote? All in favor of this resolution should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And it passes. As I say, let's push down number 6, since we have so many people here for other items and so on. Let's take up number 7 then, the resolution in support of Assembly Bill 509. See if I can find that. That comes from Health and Human Services, doesn't it? I don't think I have a copy with me for some reason. Somebody want to, okay. It looks like this. Let's see, who's the Vice Chair of Health and Human Services Board? Are you, Lois, or is Leon that person? Okay, who's the clerk? Secretary? Anybody on that committee want to make that motion?
I will bring that motion to the floor.
Okay, is there a second on this? Mr. Awesome. Anybody have questions to ask about this resolution in support of Assembly Bill 509? I don't see puzzled looks. Shall we vote? All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Now, we had somebody who wanted to speak on the next one, item 8 on our agenda. This is yours. And that person who wanted to speak is Mrs. Gagnon, a constituent of Mr. Cranmer's. First, let's get the motion on the floor. This again is coming up from Health and Human Services, I understand. Anybody want to make the motion? Floor is open. Well, if there's no motion, we'll just move on to the next item. Is there a motion to adopt? Ms. Burry is moving it. This is the resolution to release community aids and local tax levy funding to help fund long-term care reform. Number 8 on our green agenda. Second by Mr. Strumke. All right. Mr. Cranmer?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Peg Gagnon, who I hope is here. There we go. Who is head of a group which takes care of the developmentally disabled and acts as an advocate for them. And I hope, Peg, that you will introduce yourself a little more elaborately.
The chair is familiar with Mrs. Gagnon because she was an appointee to the ADRC committee, that one of that 3-person committee that prepared the governance structure that that we authorized earlier in the day. So, Peg?
Thank you. But first of all, good morning. My name is Peg Gagnon, and I live at 758 Carmichael Road, just a mile down here. I wanted to thank Supervisor Cranmer for introducing me to speak with you today, and I also want to thank each and every one of you for serving on the county board and doing all the due diligence that you do on all the issues that come before you, from hiking and biking to caring for our community members. It is true that I am the executive director of an organization in the area that does provide programs and services for youth and young adults with disabilities. It's called the Bridge for Youth with Disabilities. But I'm not here in that role today, where that is simply a service group, and I formed that group about 3 years ago in response to a request by the Hudson School District that we provide some additional programming and space for older youth with disabilities who are still within the public school system. And we've done that, and we've gone on. I'm really here today because I'm a mother, and I'm a resident of this county, and I'm the mother of 2 beautiful daughters. I have a 24-year-old daughter who's currently studying to become a doctor as a result of being raised with her younger sister, who is 19 and significantly developmentally disabled, and now, within the last year, has become severely medically complex. Her name is Markel. We call her Margie. And what I want to state first off on the bat on this resolution to release the community aids and local tax levy funding to help fund long-term care reform is that I'm for that. Now, I'm also a guardian, a lucky guardian of a child who's actually on a waiver. And because of her significant needs, many of her expenses, if not most of her expenses, at least currently, are being covered by medical assistance because they are medical expenses. She's being cared for 24/7 in my home by nursing staff that is being reimbursed. It's an interesting plan, by the way, and it actually works pretty well. It's an agency does the days, does the 12-hour shift during the day, and then private independent nurses do the overnights, do the evening shifts. If there's any absenteeism within that schedule, I'm the nurse, which is an interesting way of our health care doing that, but I've been trained to assist her and have done that from time to time, although the absentee rate within that system has been very, very small. So as a guardian and as her mother, and she's my roommate, the 2 of us live there, this system has worked out very well for the last 9 months, and I'm very pleased with it. She has received services in this county since she was born, almost 20 years ago to this year in June. And I will strut the stuff of the Department of Health and Human Services in this county, because she's a great example of when things are going really well and how well you have served her and individuals like her. As a young mother, I couldn't have begun to start to take care of her without the help of Norma Vries and the Birth to 3 department and Norma's staff. I'm so grateful that I still get to walk into a room and Norma's there, because fundamentally it really takes a lot of stress off my own shoulders. And it can't go without saying that subsequently as she aged, she was rolled over into case managers that were under Ron Lockwood's supervisory ability, and that social work has been outstandingly delivered to her. And as a result of Norma's influence in her department, with Ron's oversight, with the subsequent social workers that she had received, I was encouraged when Marky was very, very young to get on the waiting list for her long-term care. And that takes guts when you're young and you've got a little kid and you don't want to have to take government aid. You think you can do it all for your child. The difference in our scenario was I had a father at that time who had been in the nursing home. I think by the time Marky had been born, he'd been in a nursing home situation for 4 years. That was just the 4th year of a 16-year term in a nursing home under private pay at the River Falls Lutheran Home. Some of you may know him. He was my dad, Bill McEwen. He was a judge for many years in St. Croix, or Pierce County, and I hope he adjudicated it correctly for all of you. I'm not here to take any responsibility for this. I've been a young kid through my teen years with that. I've served my time. But the fact of the matter is that was a 17-year long-term care bill for my mother. And if it hadn't been for the fact that he had been a state of Wisconsin employee for almost 40 years with a fundamentally great pension plan, how long that will ever stay, he was able to be cared for with the monies that they brought in through his pension outside of his home at the Lutheran home, almost the cost of $750,000. So as a young mother looking forward, I knew from a private pay standpoint that probably was never going to fit into our scenario at that time, that we would ever have the resources to privately care for her if she needed the care that my dad needed for that many years. As it's turned out, she needs much more care than my father needs now. So her cost would be way over that. So as I said to Kitty Rhodes down at one of the local community events downtown, I said, Kitty, what do you think of family care? How do you think it's going to roll out? I've even asked that of our governor early in the game. He wasn't really sure how it was all going to roll out. But it's an initiative that started under Governor Thompson, was picked up under the current administration, is still going forth with a great deal of emphasis. And we really are talking about the national health care agenda. And I guess my house and Mary Booth's house and every other mom and dad's house is where the rubber hits the road on this kind of stuff. And so it really does come down to the local communities. Just 3 points here. This is the first significant influx of money that I've seen being directed towards long-term care that would cover young adults with developmental disabilities that I've seen in well over a decade. What Ron said earlier is that many of our youth with disabilities, as they become older, are not 60. In fact, they're only 18. But there's a lot of years between 18 and 60 where they can tap into the wonderful systems and many support systems that we have available, for the 60-year-olds. I always joke that in a few years I'm going to be 60, Marky and I can get a nursing home room together and we can share the cost. That's morbid humor. We don't want to go there. But the fact of the matter is that most families cannot afford the long-term care supervisory needs that their child, as they become adults, are going to incur. Ron Lockwood pointed out earlier today that this is a group that always needs 24-hour supervision. And it's through my work with the nonprofit that and these are all my friends, I've lived in Hudson forever. These are all my mom and dad friends that I've known. There's 60 of us that are looking at long-term care issues here. Most of those 60 families, their youth have already turned 18. There's a few of them that are within 3 or 4 years of turning 18. They could be served under the long-term care reform once they get to be 18. But I was reading, there's 2 facts here. I was reading an interesting article in the Minneapolis paper, Sunday paper, last night. I got to it late. It was by a financial planner who was talking about the pros and cons of different types of long-term care policies that we can all purchase for our long-term care when we're older. But he said, if you don't have that policy and you have a family member that's going to need 24-hour supervision, whether it's simply supervision, adult babysitting, day services, custodial care, all the way up to what I have with Markel, which is a skilled nursing situation. It will take only 10 years until the average American family would become bankrupt with that kind of expense. Secondly, yesterday I was listening to the radio and there was a Harvard professor, bear with me, that has written a book. I can't remember his name, but it's the $3 trillion war. I think it's a book about Iraq right now and how much this war is costing. And he said something very interesting. He said that of all our young servicemen and women returning from Iraq and Afghanistan, 20% of them that live through that experience are coming home with significant disabling conditions that are going to need 24-hour supervision. And he said, what happens in these families, and it's something that I've seen all along with my friends, is that when that person returns, that young soldier returns, and they've got they've made it through their rehab, but they got to come home somewhere. Someone in their immediate family, their mother, their father, their brother or their sister or their wife or husband, someone's got to quit a job to stay home and take care of that person. And I've seen that happen in our local area when kids graduate from the local public school system and they're on a waiting list. They don't have a waiver slot. They aren't going to go off to some place. They aren't going to go off and do meaningful daily things, engagement activities, because they don't have a place at the Sheltered Workshop in Hudson or the Aurora Day Services Center, or there's no financing available to them to actually provide for their supervision so their mother and dad can continue to work. And so I've seen that often where once they, as I always like to say to my parents, you have to think about what happens when the school building falls out of your child's life. Then what's he or she going to do? This is a broad, very broad topic. I would ask that you support this resolution. Chair Steve Duncan is correct. This is a step. We do need an ADRC in order to step onto this new level of way of caring for our least of our citizens in our county. And listening to Fred a little bit about it, and of course, being a parent of a child with a disability, you are busy so much that you don't get a lot of time to actually research these to the nth degree that you need to research them. You're so busy caring for your child or making sure someone is there to care for your child. But this appears to save the county significant dollars and at the same time broadening the number of people that you will be able to serve.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Gannon. I think I'm going to have to kind of interrupt here because I know with the way the time is, I'm going to have to impose time limits on other folks, and so
that was my short.
Starts with you. Don't leave if there's a question that somebody might have for you, but otherwise, the words of the resolution stand for themselves. All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. And opposed, and it passes unanimously. So we're in agreement. Okay. We've taken care of 9, so we're on to 10. Nursing home operation and disposition. And we have received up here 2 notes of people who would like to speak. They are Kim Dupree and Norm Matzik. But we'll begin as we usually do with a staff presentation, answers to the questions that were left open from the last board meeting, all of those things. The chair sees no value in bifurcating items 10 and 11 on the agenda. Let's just make sure that we cover them both, but in any order that gets the job done. And let's at least get the presentation in, and then we might need to take our break, but we'll get that presentation in. And then after that, we'll have, as usual, supervisors debate, input from the audience of people who have done the Brown forms, time limit 2 minutes each, unlimited debate, and away we go. And here we have Fred Johnson again.
Based on the previous county board action, we put together another presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Larry Lester here. We have worked with Larry on quite a few financial options, looking at and reviewing most recently the cost to build a new 72-bed facility, the cost to build a new 50-bed facility, skilled facility, as well as a 20-bed CBRF. Again, at the most recent county board meeting, there was a question raised about renovation costs. And so with that, I will turn it over to Larry so we can review what has already been reviewed with Health and Human Services with the full county board. And I'm not sure which way to press the arrow, so we'll turn that, let you figure it out.
Thanks, Fred. As Fred said, we're kind of on what I see as the second phase of the presentation we did not too long ago. This time, we've actually been asked to come in and say, what if the county didn't build a new nursing home but took their existing facility and upgraded it and changed that facility to make it more resident focused and more what at least we see the residents of the county wanting into the future. Some of the stuff we're going to go over today, obviously the presentation, the financial modeling, and we looked at 3 different modeling options. The first one being taking the existing nursing home, downsizing to 50 beds, and locating that 50-bed unit on 2 floors. The reason we looked at the 50 beds is to kind of address at least some of the county board members' concerns about the cost of operating a nursing home on the county. At 50 beds, the county actually receives an enhanced Medicaid reimbursement, and that's why we've kind of chosen that 50-bed plateau. That obviously helps offset some of the operating costs of operating that nursing home. The second one is to operate a 50-bed facility on 1 floor of the nursing home and then add a 20-unit community-based residential facility. Where that idea comes from, as we've heard a lot today, is that's also a need that's very needed in the family care program, because that becomes a service under family care that is funded, which is, as of today, not funded through the county or the government. So, and then the last one was to look at a 44-bed with a 20-unit, and the reason from 50 to 44 was just to address the private room need. So obviously at 44 beds, we would have more private rooms for the residents. The next thing we're going to talk about, and this was actually requested from the Health and Human Services Committee, is just a short presentation on the fringe benefits of St. Croix Healthcare Center and other nursing homes in St. Croix County, just using some public information through the Wisconsin Medicaid cost report. And then lastly, just kind of go over a review of kind of where we've been, some of the things that have been discussed here, and to kind of get, I guess to me, start the discussion for you guys on how does the county board want to address this issue. So starting off, financial modeling, and obviously the key with all of the financial modeling is the assumptions. As you read through those assumptions, it's important that you understand those, because everything else is just a mathematical calculation after that point. If we decide we're going to use this fringe benefit ratio, or if we decide we're going to use this staffing ratio, once those assumptions are decided, everything else is just math. You just say, okay, this many people for this many hours at this wage, that becomes your salary. So we usually spend a lot of time going over the assumptions and less time actually going over the actual calculation, because that's just a byproduct of the assumptions. Again, we looked at the 3 scenarios, and they're presented here respectively. So to renovate 50 beds, 2 floors is the first number. That's $897,840. To renovate to 1 floor, 50 beds, and add the 20-bed CBRF is the middle number. So that's $1,311,320. And then to do 44 beds, and a 20-bed CBRF is $1,208,720. Go ahead, Fran.
Just wanted to add a couple of quick things with regard to these numbers. Based on the direction Health and Human Services provided, I made contact with some companies to come in and give us preliminary estimates. So these estimates that Larry's referring to in terms of renovation costs are not anything that's necessarily written in stone. Doesn't include a full mechanical review of the building, a full building assessment, but based on an engineer, architect, and a construction management team approach, they took a look at our facility and said this is what we think would be a reasonable starting point. So I just want to make that real clear on the front end. The second thing is that the 44 bed on the first floor accommodates our current structure without having to add to the facility, so that's why we looked at a 44 bed facility option. I just wanted to clarify those 2 points.
Fred, just one further clarification on remodeling. I'm assuming then from what you said that is the physical plant only, does not include any FF&E? Furniture, fixtures, equipment?
It does not include the furnishings, you're right. It just includes the physical structure.
That's correct.
I believe.
And Fred makes a key point here. When we go through this whole presentation, we haven't done enough analysis and research to get anything down to, the exact dollar. What we're looking at here is to say, based on the assumptions that we've looked at, here's where we think it's going to come out to be. If the county board would say, well, can we cut $100,000 out of this somewhere? The answer is probably we could if you went through and redone the assumption. So it isn't anything set in stone that through the whole assumption process. We're going to do financing at 4%. And the reason we do it over 20 years now instead of the typical 30 years is because we're dealing with an existing building. And so typically the financing is over a shorter period of time when you're remodeling versus a longer period. Obviously that can be changed and looked at also. Medicaid rate was adjusted for increased capital reimbursement and assuming that the maximum capital value per bed of $125,000 and a 50-bed direct care add-on was done. There's one important thing to remember here and to realize as a county board is in order to get the $125,000 capital, which in essence, in simple terms, just gives you more reimbursement from the state, is we have to do a major phase down. That's part of that process, okay? In the past, as we discussed these items of going to 50 beds, there was never an issue of would we have to do a major phase down to get to 50 beds because we had a census that was high enough that we knew we'd have to give up 15% of our residents, which is what that requires. Now, that doesn't mean you have to send 15% of your people out in the street. A lot of people do that by just stopping admissions and letting the turnover get you down to the 50 beds. Our census, I think, our average census now for the last month, I think was 59, Fred, or 61. We're getting close to that in order to give up 15%, if our census continues to go down, we might have to go smaller than 50 beds. So just keep that in mind as the regulation to get the 125,000 is 25% of your beds and 15% of your population. Now that 15% is a historical look back to the last year, okay? So what we're using today to figure that out would be the 2006 data. Once we pass over to July of this year, we would use the 2007 data. If we didn't do anything until July of 2009, we'd use 2008 data, okay? And as we see the census decrease, that may cause us to have to go smaller than 50 beds to meet that requirement. So it's just important that you understand that there is a timing issue there. Private pay rate was budgeted $195 a day, and that's similar to what, I think that's pretty close to where you guys are actually today budgeting. Wages were budgeted based on the 2007 average wage. Key point here, excluding overtime and without an inflationary increase. If we can't eliminate the overtime, the thought behind eliminating overtime was we have this amount of staff. If we go down to 50 beds, we'd have the same amount of staff. We should be able to fill those overtime positions with regular time, okay? The inflationary increase obviously has to do with your whole union negotiation and that process. But just so you know, that was the assumptions that were used for this thing. 2007 wages with no overtime in there and without an inflationary increase. Hours were budgeted on the current per patient day levels adjusted for patient days. What that means is we said, okay, how many RN hours are we budgeting right now for each patient? As we reduce the number of patients, we just reduce that number of hours equally. Does that make sense for everybody? Occupancy was projected at 96%, 96%, and 95.5%. And again, that's 50 beds, and 44 beds. Obviously, we'd expect a higher occupancy with fewer beds. Okay? Benefits were budgeted at 43.77% of salaries. And again, to simplify that, for every dollar in salary that you spend, you're spending approximately 44 cents in benefits. That's an easier way than the CBRF was projected at $2,300 per month. Remember, the first analysis has no CBRF in it, but the second two, we have a CBRF. Obviously, this is going to be driven based on what the market, and this is really based on this CBRF not servicing a private market. It's really servicing that family care market that we expect to happen. If you happen to service a private pay market, that $2,300 rent would probably be higher. Typically, the private pay ones are a higher amount. And then occupancy in the CBRF was projected at 90%. And another key point here is obviously typically when you start a new CBRF or you start a new business, you have a fill-up period. You don't typically open a 20-bed CBRF and have 20 residents there that day. We did the projection after it was already filled up to where its capacity was be. And that, for this purposes, was 18 out of the 20 units rented. Okay? And then CBR staffing was based on approximately 4 hours of care per patient per resident. And again, that's not skilled nursing care like we typically see in the nursing homes. That's more nurse aid care where they need help getting dressed, they may need help being fed, those type of things. The key thing here is the 4 hours of care was also used when we decided what rent we were going to get paid. So if we turned around and said, well, we don't like that assumption of 4 hours of care, you'd also have to reduce your monthly rent because those two are actually, in correlation with each other. So now for the numbers. 50-bed nursing home on 2 floors, and this is summarized, and if anybody wants to see the detail, I have pages and pages of Excel sheets that you can look at. Room and board revenue. Other revenue, really the big chunk of that is your IGT money that you get from the state. That's the money that the state gives through actually it's called Supplemental Payments Program now. And then we did direct care salaries, support services, which includes your dietary, laundry, housekeeping, and maintenance. Administration salaries, and I will tell you in there it is staff positions, it's not contracted positions. Utilities, fringe benefits, interest and depreciation, again, because we now have debt, okay? And then total expenses. The key line here, obviously, is what does it mean to the county? Well, based on this scenario, the county's tax levy would be $435,020. So we would see a reduction from where we are today, but obviously we're serving a smaller population too. Yes?
And just to project that out, so if you're going there, that's fine, just say it's coming up. But if we were doing $435,000 next year, and we look at what you've told us before, which is at a subsidy of 1.3 approximately, within so many years we were going to be at $5 million.
Right.
Where is that going to be in 5 years?
We'll get to that because it's actually worse than I told you.
Okay.
Potentially worse than I told you last time.
Well, I thought it was. That's why I was asking.
For one reason specifically. So, but for right now, this is where we would be based on. Again, the key is those assumptions that we talked about because obviously, if you can go out and get a better deal on renovations, or if you can change your staffing model, or if you can change the fringe benefit package, if you can change any of those assumptions, you can change this number. Okay. The next one we looked at is the same layout, except I'll point out we did add the CBRF, and we also added the cost of the CBRF. I also, if you've looked ahead, there is a breakout of just the CBRF, so we will get to that. Again, we see an increase in the county appropriations, and as you'll see, that's really caused by operating the CBRF. Again, with the benefits and wages that we pay, it's hard to stay within the rent structure that the CBRF will will pay. Again, that's nothing to say you can't change that. So again, county appropriations is $556,000. And the last one, 44-bed nursing home, 20-bed. I think a lot of people would say, well, geez, why didn't the number go down? We're having 44 beds. The reason it doesn't go down is as you give up those patients, you can't cut those expenses out dollar for dollar. Okay, if you're getting $120 from Medicaid, even though that's not covering your cost, you can't cut $120 of expense out because some of those costs are fixed. Okay, administrator, director of nursing, dietary people, you don't reduce them just because you reduce the patient population. So that's really the reason why that number has changed, is because even though salaries and expenses went down, revenue went down more. And then for the last one, I just broke out the CBRF piece for you and realize you can't do this CBRF without having it be part of a nursing home, because there's other support services, as it says here. We didn't break out the meal costs, the administrative costs, and the utilities. We just broke out the direct cost that would be identified to the CBRF. And that cost the county about $139,000. And before we move on, any questions on this stuff? And then we're going to move on kind of the fringe benefits. You guys are probably getting pretty good at looking at my models and stuff and understanding them. So.
Why don't you summarize what you just showed us?
Okay. All right, so if we go back, 50-bed on 2 floors, county appropriation $435,000. 50 beds with a CBRF, 50 beds on 1 floor, and this obviously has more renovation dollars into it because we'd actually have to add space to get 50 beds on that first floor. $556,000. And then 44 beds, 1 floor with a 20-bed CBRF, I'll say $600,000. And then out of that, which this 139 is included in those numbers, so don't add that on. But breaking out just the CBRF portion of it, that's $139,000. Is that okay? From the Health and Human Services meeting, Fred asked me to pull the fringe benefit information from the nursing homes in St. Croix County. And what we used, as it says down here, is we used the 2006 Wisconsin Medicaid cost report from that data. So obviously we're looking at data that's a little older in time. The reason for that is that's the only data, that's the latest data available from the state. Obviously you guys can read the facilities down the side. I notice there's a typo there. FICA, obviously is going to be very consistent. Workers' comp, as you can see. And then this line here actually tells you where St. Croix ranks compared to everybody else. So FICA, they're actually in the low end of that. Workers' comp, health insurance, life insurance, and pension, they're actually the leader in the county. Obviously, the one there that's most likely to, you're always going to be the county home is the pension because of the state pension part of that. Any county home, when compared to other facilities in their county, is always going to be high on the pension side because of that state pension. So, in essence, as the slide says above, if you take St. Croix Healthcare Center and you say, okay, if I'm going to pay $1 of salary, well, that $1 salary is going to cost you 7 cents of FICA, 7 cents of workers' comp, about a half a cent of unemployment, 21 cents of health insurance, about a half a cent of life insurance, about 11 cents of pension, and about a tenth of a cent of other benefits for a total of 48 cents. Okay, does that make sense for everybody? And obviously you can see the same information for the other counties.
I think I read in the minutes when you presented this to the Health and Human Services Board, you said the PTO is not included.
Right. This does not include any type of paid time off, non-productive time.
For any of the homes.
Right, for any of the homes. And then what we did, just to kind of put this in real terms for people, is if the county, if St. Croix County was at the 50th percentile for each one of these categories, what would that mean financially to the county? Okay, because again, people can see 3 cents and 7 cents, and that doesn't really mean anything. So if you were at the 50th percentile for FICA, it would actually cost you more money because you're already below the 50th percentile. If you were at the 50th percentile for workers' comp, it would save you $131,000. Unemployment, obviously, you're a small amount of $1,000. Health insurance, it would save you $385,000. Life insurance, $13,000, and pension, $321,000. Again, I reiterate, pension is sometimes, I don't think you would get into the same range because of the state part of the pension. I also wanted to note on the bottom here that when I looked at the 2008 budget, our workers' comp budget amount did decrease from 7 cents to 3.5 cents. So we must have saw some improvement in our workers' comp from 2006 to today. Any questions? Yes.
This isn't to be construed by anybody as a criticism or anything. I'm happy with the results of everything that you've always been providing. But so that every time that the county board asks for more information, they should understand there is a cost. And to prepare this information for the county board, you will be billing the county how much?
I'm not sure.
Round it off to 1,000.
I would say between 3,000 and 4,000.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to move on?
He's going to move on.
Okay. So, to kind of get to the comment that was previously made, as you all know, we've done a lot of analysis on the nursing home. And what we wanted to do at this point, at least, is to kind of review all of those options, kind of give you my insight and Fred's insight onto why we didn't choose that option or why it wasn't moved forward. And then, like I said, hopefully help in the discussion of how does the county board want to move forward with these options. Obviously, we started out with one of the options being, should we just close the nursing home? Concern about the number of beds available to serve St. Croix County in the future was discussed. Lack of support by the community and county board to actually decide to close it. I know another thing that was in that area is and we've heard a number of times, is who's going to serve the population that nobody else wants to serve? And does the county have a role in that? And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just trying to go back and walk you guys through now, some of the discussion points that we talked about. The second process we went down is to look and see, should we sell or lease the nursing home? And this was actually, these two bullet points were actually one process with the RFP, but I split it apart and said, should we sell or lease, or should we partner? Because that was kind of the whole encompass of the RFP. And what we really learned from the RFP as far as our existing building is we didn't have anybody come forward and say, we want to run your existing facility. The requests and the responses we got were either we'll take your beds and we'll go build our own facility, or we want the county to assist us in building a new facility. And so as far as I know, Fred, nobody came forward and said, we'll take your existing building and ultimately not have the outcome being a different facility. Is that correct?
That's
okay.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next one we talked about was partnering with another provider to take over the operations, and then again, during that process, construct a new nursing home. On the bottom part here, lack of support from the community, as far as whether they wanted to partner. Partners looking for too much assistance from the county. Okay, what's reasonable to help them get into that? And then question whether or not the provider would take care of the hard to care for residents. And that was kind of a theme as we walked through this process. The last one that we looked at last meeting was, should we build a new nursing home to be operated by the county? Consideration of the impact on the tax levy and long-term debt. Was that acceptable or not? I don't know if we ever came to that, but we obviously didn't vote to build a new nursing home. County competing with other nursing homes for similar residents. Okay, that's another question for you guys to kind of think about is, if somebody else will care for that resident, should the county compete for that resident? Consider services to residents that other nursing homes do not serve, particularly be a regional provider. Is there really a population of residents out there that may be in a nursing home, but that nursing home would gladly have another provider take if that provider was set up to take them? Does that person exist? And then need updating market study long-range planning. Again, what populations are out there that need to be served today and into the future. Okay. Another one that was kind of an idea that was tossed around was look expanding the continuum of care through assisted living services. Impact on the tax levy and long-term debt not acceptable. We just saw that going into really the CBRF market would add financial, resources or take financial resources from the county. Competition with other assisted living providers. Again, should we compete with the other providers that are providing assisted living care? Consider services to residents that others are not serving. Again, a regional provider. And then again, need to complete a market study and long-term range planning. And as we walk through, and this is the one we just talked about today, so obviously the renovate the nursing home. It's the options we just reviewed today. Consideration of the impact on tax levy and debt. County competing against other nursing homes for similar residents. Consider services to residents other than that other nursing homes do not serve. Need to complete a full assessment to assure remodeling projects accuracy. That's what Fred talked about. What's hiding in the walls that are going to make those renovation numbers, different, and need to do the updated market study long-range planning. So again, that's kind of, I don't know how long it's been, Fred, but it's about a year or so as we've kind of walked through these different processes and projects. And again, from me and Fred's perspective, kind of what we've saw has been the questions that the county board has kind of been, trying to answer and discuss. Do you want to talk about?
Sure. Can you turn it so I don't hit the wrong button?
I can handle that, John.
This was put in your on your table as well as I think somewhere left on the back of the table. That the issue of renovation was discussed at Health and Human Services, and out of that discussion came a 4-point motion that passed on a vote of 6-2. And I summarized that briefly here that in essence the county should not continue to operate a nursing home under the current business model. The county should not build a new nursing home, given the wage structure. And you saw the fringe structure that Supervisor Kaplan should ask that we provide that to Health and Human Services at the last meeting on the 12th. The care model for the elderly is changing. Those 2 points, do we really want to spend a long-term capital investment, was part of the discussion. The county, another part of that motion was the county should continue to contract for the management of the nursing home. That was really 2 positions that were discussed, the director of nursing and the nursing home administrator. And then the county should study renovation and or specialty care units. Really the issue of are there populations out there that are not being served, if there are concessions made by the union for newly hired individuals. The key on the that part of the motion was, I think, to bring new employees in the nursing home union at a 27% benefit ratio, which is, I believe, the average of the 9 nursing homes in St. Croix County.
I'd like to just make a point. I believe I believe that is the highest level of all other nursing homes in the county, the 27% ratio. The average is far less than that.
But that was part of the motion. I appreciate your correction. So that's what ultimately was decided upon to bring back to the county board today. There was obviously other discussion, but I don't know if there's other questions that maybe Health and Human Service Board members, Gerald?
Okay, thank you, Fred. Could you go back to the slide that talks about building a new home?
Well, we don't have that slide up here in
Okay,
terms
that's
of building
fine.
a new
Right
home.
there. That's the one I'm talking about. Now, what I'm wondering about, in looking at our December board meeting minutes of the 18th, and I'm wondering if your committee did this. I don't think I've seen anything yet. You were instructed to have a look at the feasibility, I'm reading directly from the minutes, a look at the feasibility of the county constructing an assisted living home and a new nursing home. Now, in your presentation, I think it's been real good, but I personally do not feel that you addressed that challenge. Am I correct?
We didn't today, because today the focus, as I understood it, and I apologize if I'm inaccurate, but I thought the focus of today was to look at renovation costs. Back at my table, where my briefcase is, I do have the PowerPoint presentation that was done, I believe, at the previous meeting where we did cover new construction costs on a 72-bed facility, new construction costs on a 50-bed facility, as well as new construction costs for a 20-bed CBRF. But I don't have that information right here. I'd have to grab it. So I'm assuming you want to know what those costs were to the
First, he wants to be sure that it was done.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I believe it was.
Yes.
Let's refresh everybody's recollection with the number.
Basically, and Larry, you can jump in here if there's a need for more detail, but the construction costs for a new 72-bed facility, again, not getting into detail on the assumptions, but was estimated at $10.5 million.
How about the assisted care apartment? Did you address that issue?
We did.
20 unit?
The revised tax levy on that $10.5 million, just so everybody is on the same page, was approximately $1.5 million. The 50-bed replacement facility was estimated at a cost of $7.3 million.
You don't have any slides on these?
I think we did
Numbers you're kicking out?
I think we did that at the last meeting, and maybe we could find that PowerPoint. We would need to take maybe a short break, because I know
We'll take a lunch break soon. So.
that was estimated at $1.3 million, and then to get your question specifically on the 20-bed new building, was construction costs were estimated at $2.7 million, and as Larry had identified, operational subsidy. Well, I don't know if that one had an operational subsidy. I don't remember. As a new facility, I think that might have been able to be cost neutral.
Reminder though, that was only
But you had to raise the rate.
construction part of the cost was cost neutral, because we never did a market study to say what population were we going to serve. So building it and the rent you could get for the building was cost neutral, but we never looked at the care and the staff.
So before we break for lunch, do I understand that in your presentation then, we have basically those 4 recommendations from the Health and Human Service Committee, and constructing a new one is not a part of their recommendations?
That's correct.
Okay, well, it's obvious that we're going to have a lot of debate. We have public to hear from. We're definitely not going to finish it in just a few minutes. So we'll take, we can chew on this, and we can also chew on food. How's that? And you can look for the old PowerPoint in case we want to project that on the screen. Let's shoot for an hour from now. That will make it 20 minutes to 2 when we reconvene. And we have the same numbers. Yeah, why don't you do that? Good point. Good point. Really good point. Lester, here. Johnson, here.
Made a break for it, but they caught us.
Just do another roll.
Roll call.
Lois Burry. Here. Brian Hurchin. Here. Julie Spear. Joel Hurchin. Here. Bill Peavy. Here. Gerald Peterson. Here. Charlie Grant. Here. Chuck Mills. Here. Richard King. Here. Wallace Habhager. Here. John Mortensen. Here. Gene Ritz. Here. Gordon Awesome. Here. Tom Kaplish. Here. Chuck Strumke. Here. Sharon Norton-Bauman. Roger Rebholz. Here. Bill Cranmer. Daryl Standifer. John Borup. Here. Clarence Malick.
Here.
Don Jordan. Here. Ron Raymond. Here. Linda Lucky. Here. Stan Kruger. Here. Denise Gunderson. Not here yet? They must be OT together.
Daryl's buying for those women. Ah. He's not, huh?
He's a banker,
Yeah. All right, we left off with the key discussion points. I think.
All right, we'll get started. This is kind of to kind of, again, wrap it all up and bring it back to, I guess, what I would see the county board's discussion points would be. And we've talked about these a little bit in the past. The first one, I think, as county board members, what amount of tax levy is acceptable to the county's financial health to justify operating a nursing home? Should the county, and you're going to hear these were some of the things we kind of talked about in the past, should the county compete against other county nursing homes for Medicare and private pay residents? Is there a population of residents out there with special needs that the county could serve and be recognized as an asset to other county homes, or other county homes, in essence, other homes in your county? Are other counties willing to subsidize these services to assist St. Croix County in making this financially viable? And we've talked about regional service provider. How will Presbyterian Homes construction of a new nursing home impact the county's operation and or tax levy? That's something you got to consider. You're going to be now competing, if they go through with their plans, with a brand new nursing home in the same city. What will that do to your private pay business? What will that do to your Medicare business? And then I'll give the credit to this one, Fred's last point. Study of options appear to be exhausted, and I guess I would agree with that. We've kind of went the whole gamut here of what the county could potentially do through the different discussions. And this is Fred's slide. What will you support to set what will you support to set a direction for the future operation of the nursing home? And that's actually the end of our presentation. Question?
Wait, Gordon? Mr.
Thank
Lawson?
you. Thank you. Larry, the next to last point on this slide, key discussion points. I'm not sure that we're all familiar with the latest news about Presbyterian Homes' acquisition of another competitor and their announcement. Could you kind of review what's happened for the benefit of the commissioners or supervisors?
I can jump in and Larry can add some information. I talked to John Merkins, and John was the representative of Presbyterian Homes who was participated in some preliminary conversations with the ad hoc committee looking at options around the RFP. And he had indicated to me that they've made a plan to acquire the beds of New Richmond Meadows. They're in the process of a capital fund campaign, that they are no longer in need of other beds because they have secured the beds that they need. And I'm paraphrasing some of this, so ascribe this to my memory, not to John's exact quote. And that he anticipated once the capital funds are raised, they'll be looking at building new, and that could be anywhere within the next year to year and a half.
Yes, and as that relates to the market study that we had done last year, how much of the need for beds does that new Presbyterian facility fill?
Well, the number of beds I think that New Richmond Meadows has is approximately 60 or 61 beds, and from the sounds of it, I don't know what number of beds Presbyterian Homes will settle on, but we wouldn't necessarily, there's a possibility we won't see any reduction in beds in New Richmond, but if they decide to make it smaller, obviously that's a choice they're going to have to make depending on the capital funds they raise and other things that I'm making assumptions about. But I think the same number of beds at this time it's expected would remain, from my perspective.
What was that Larson Allen study number? My memory says 95 was what was deemed suitable for the New Richmond area in total. If I could piggyback off that, the higher Medicare reimbursement rate requires a number of things, but one of the things is a reduction of at least 25% in your number of licenses, isn't it? And 25% of 61 is not 11. So if they decide to go with a 50-bed facility, they won't qualify for the higher rate, right? Unless they do that leapfrogging type thing from some other place in the state that you described once.
And they have no other nursing homes in Wisconsin right now.
Oh, so they couldn't do it. So in order to qualify, they'd have to go for 49 in order to get that 125,000 per bed rate.
Well, and the other thing to remember is you have to give up 15% of your residents. I don't know what their occupancy is today either, so.
In order to get the 125 per bed, you have to also give up 15% of your residents. So if they don't have a high enough occupancy, that may push them down even lower.
We see their numbers from time to time, once a month when that study goes around. Yeah.
This is just a clarification. If they go from 61 beds and they got to reduce it by 25%, they got to go down to 45 beds, correct?
Right, and if they don't have the current population, they also have to reduce their patient population by 15%, so it may even push it below 45. So yes, to get the 125, you're correct.
Thank you. Question for our consultant. From your experience being out in the field, I'm not out there, but is it possible to construct a 20-unit assisted care apartment and a new nursing home, and then with good management be cost effective to the county? Trying to phrase it very gently.
Well, yeah. Again, based on the presentation and the assumptions that we made, it wouldn't be financially break even. I think as we've saw today and we've pointed out in past, there would have to be a change to probably the wage structure and the benefit structure of what the county pays in order to be able to determine that.
Okay, being an optimist, let's assume that you were successful in modifying the wage structure with the union. Would you then be pretty cost effective?
Well, as we've shown in the capital piece, if we get the 125 per bed, which I mean, again, we'd have to qualify, it isn't going to be the capital side of the formula that we're going to lose on. It's going to be the operation side of the formula. So if you can get your operations in line, then it would make sense. But that's, obviously we haven't done any modeling of that because we don't have the assumptions on what the wage structure would be or the benefit package.
Thank you. Mr. Lester, earlier this morning you made a comment about, someone asked you about the progression on the levy up to about $5 or $6 million under some of the numbers you've given us in the past. And you made a comment about the projection of the levy on these numbers was even worse than that. Can you talk about that, please?
Yeah, and that really relates to the Presbyterian homes thing. And again, obviously we don't know what's going to happen, but I guess if you asked yourself, being a consumer, if you were going to go into a nursing home and you were going to be private pay, would you choose a new 50-bed nursing home with a private room and a private bath, or would you choose the existing county nursing home? My assumption would be you're going to probably lose market share to that new facility. And when I say market share, I'm talking about the better payer types. Obviously, they're located closer to the hospital than if they build it where they are in their assisted living. They're closer to the hospital, and they'd have a, quote, nicer facility, so you'll probably lose market share to them, which again will, I'll say, speed up that tax levy impact.
Recognized by their supervisors. Did you want to get in a word, Mr. Raymond? And then we'll call on Kim Dupre and on Norman Matzik. Yes, Mr. Raymond.
Well, I noticed there was some recommendations from the Health and Human Services Board, and it looks to me like what it did, it went through and indicated that the Health and Human Services Board thought that probably the only way you could operate a home was something where you got some wage concessions, and I think that, or some cost concessions. And I think Larry alluded to the fact that that's about the only way you could operate the current home or to build a new home and have it competitive. And I just want to make sure that I understood that, and I understood the conclusions from the Health and Human Services Board before we went past that, because we didn't spend a lot of time on that. But this is the first time that I've seen through this process a set of definitive conclusions from the Health and Human Services Board, and I just didn't want to gloss over them, because it looks like it says, well, what it says to me is you can't get there financially by moving up, by building new buildings and doing other things, and that you should continue the current contract management rather than hiring people. And the only way you ought to look to building something new or doing something bigger is if you can find a way to get your recurring costs under control, which means your wages infringe. And I want to make sure, is that what I understand? Is that the truth?
You're asking Fred or Larry?
Somebody on the Health and Human Services Board, I guess. I'm just sitting here reading the paper.
Mr. Austin?
By a vote of 6-2, I think that was the, I have it on, I think. By a vote of 6-2, that was the conclusions and the recommendation of the Human Services Board. And I might say that we discussed all of these points individually, and we had unanimous consensus, although we didn't take a vote on it, on item 1. And next to you, I think only one person dissenting on item 2. So this represents a majority view of the Health and Human Services Board. Yes, item 1 states the county should not continue to operate the nursing home under the current business model, which competes with the private sector for a market that the private sector serves efficiently. And item 2 is that the county should not build a new nursing home or assisted living facility which will be owned and operated by the county because of our wage differential and because of the uncertain industry, and it commits us to $1.5 million or more in tax subsidy for 20 to 30 years.
You want to jump in?
Okay. Turned on. Okay. A couple things I wanted to make sure you all understood the other side of the coin. As I looked at these 4 options that Gordon just referred to, I found some incongruities that I wanted to make sure you were aware of. First off, nothing against Harold or Connie personally. This is not about them. They are great people, do a good job. Okay, but Pathways is the company that they work for and that we contract with. And the bill for February for 1 week for the Director of Nursing Services was $3,608. And the bill for the Administrative Services was $3,360 for 1 week's time. And you extrapolate that out for a year, you're looking at $185,640 for the Director of Nursing, and for the administration, and $187,000 for the Director of Nursing. And each of those amounts are both more than what Chuck Whiting makes. So I want to make sure, no offense, Chuck, I want to make sure that you understand the dollars that are involved, that we're paying an extra $174,000 to keep this contracted out. And the argument that they somehow bring some level of expertise that could not be gained by an in-house employee, I'm not sure. $174,000 could buy a lot of training and a lot of expertise. Plus, it could also pay, as according to my quick calculations, a huge portion, if not all the portion, of the retirement benefit package for the union employees, which seems to be the focus on issue number 4 here. And so I find it incongruent that, there's self-interest involved if you have an in-house employee, but there's no self-interest involved if you have an out-state company getting $400,000 a year from the county. That seems a little incongruent. There suddenly is no self-interest over here, but there is over here. And you're paying for 2 employees here that would cover retirement benefits for 30-some employees over here. So I guess I find some incongruities there. Also, the long-term capital investment question. We've been listening all morning to all the AADRC and all those people and the need that's out there. There is a need. The population's aging. I mean, everybody in this room, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with the silver tsunami that's headed our way. And so what better place to put our dollars is into our people, not to an outstate company, but into our people, our residents, our families, our workers who take care of them, who do the really nuts and bolts type of work. That's the other thing I'd like to bring forward. And to keep in mind that, yes, I take issue with the word efficiently on number one. The private sector and nonprofits can do things cheaper, but do they necessarily do it more efficiently? That's the question. What do you get for what you pay for? What are you getting? What kind of care? And I've heard so many stories, besides my own personal story with my father-in-law, with the private sector homes. And ever since we started this crusade a year and a half ago, I've heard story after story of people who've been very disappointed, to say mildly, with the private nonprofit homes. And so we need to be careful that we don't exclude those type of people from our concern base. And we need to give people a choice. Maybe not everybody wants to go to a private or a nonprofit home. Maybe somebody would rather come where the care is better. Maybe the building's not as pretty, but maybe the care is a little better. And where's that choice if we take that away from them? Where's our consumer choice? So I think those are the things I would like to bring forward to make sure you all understand that there's a lot of dollars going out to a private company, and that money could be kept for our people, for our residents, for our families, and be able to service them in the way we'd like to service them. So I would like to encourage you to look at those options, look at a true 72-bed facility with 20-bed assisted living so that we could really be ready for the future. Every projection shows that the aging population is going to need some kind of service. We may not need to be housing people for 4 and 5 years, but we still need to house a group of people who are going to need that kind of care. Thank you.
Were you also going to read a letter from Loyola?
Can we do that now?
Sure.
Okay. I have to pull double duty today. This letter was from Loyola Wasco from Somerset. That's Dick King's district. He asked me to read this for him. To the County Board. This is my personal response to the 4 options being brought forth by the Health and Human Services Committee from March 12th meeting. St. Croix County is one of the fastest growing counties in Wisconsin. In the future, we will need 72 beds, more than 50, because the fact is certain that we don't grow younger, we all grow older. Once these beds are gone, they are gone forever, and the people we need to serve are still here. As far as whether to employ an administrator or director of nursing from an outside agency, we have yet to see or hear what the actual costs are for the outside agency and have them compared side by side with the cost for an in-house employee. I kind of already did that for you. Why is that? Could it be the cost of the outside agency is significantly higher, and is the extra expense buying the taxpayers a much better service? Lastly, concerning the benefit package discussion, all county employees receive the same benefits. Why should one set of employees receive a different level of benefits than the others? Just because of our job titles or based on the clients that we serve? How do you discriminate against certain employees and not others? Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Loyola Wasco, Somerset.
Thank you. I think Kim raised at least a couple questions I'd like to clear up so that there's no confusion amongst the board and the citizens. Because I believe it's important that, clear information is being provided. I read a letter in the River Falls Journal 3-4 months ago that stated that the county board was a closed board and it wasn't taking input from citizens. Okay, well, we've cleared that up many times over the last few months. And that was we would not take information from citizens pertaining to the county board. We know that's not correct. I would like to ask the Finance Committee, Health and Human Services, or somebody to address this issue of $3,000 or $4,000 a week. It's probably quite confusing. We're only March. These people have been employed for a year. I mean, what did we pay out to them last year for the whole year? I'm not so concerned about a week figure. I'd like to know what did we pay to these 2 individuals over the last year. I know it's in the budget, but I don't have it, and it's current right now before the board.
I'm sure that level of detail was not in the budget figures that we looked at. So we're not prepared to pull that out at this moment. Mr. Awesome?
To address Supervisor Strumpke's point, I think you only need to look at what the tax levy subsidy was prior to bringing in the outside management and the level of problems that we have, and compare that to the efficient, relatively efficient, and completely trouble-free, no citation operation of the nursing home last year. That speaks for why the outside management in our current situation should be retained.
Today I asked the county board to consider the following pertaining to the future of the county nursing home. First, privatization of health care. Most people agree the privatization health care business model in America is not working. 50 million people.
Are you planning to read this handout?
Yes.
And are you planning to read your wife's handout?
No. Is it? Okay. 50 million people are without health insurance. Costs are not affordable for many. Each county board supervisor has read the New York Times article regarding the private financial services organization, Carlyle Group, purchasing thousands of nursing homes in America and then cutting staff to generate huge profits while taking away needed services for the most vulnerable citizens. Even when privatized facilities are negligent and shorten lives of thousands of senior citizens across America every year, they are not being held accountable or responsible due to lack of oversight and setting up a maze of shell companies for legal protection. If our county nursing home were ever to become privatized, it easily becomes a player in such a system. People have described these nursing home privatization business models as a disgrace in America. The privatized nursing home business model means waiting lists are screening lists. They desire to serve only those with wealth, not the poor. They prefer not serve those requiring specialized and therefore costly care. I ask, who takes care of the people excluded by the privatized business model? Remember, St. Croix County is responsible for the health and safety of all its constituents. Secondly, nursing home costs. St. Croix County audited accounting records show the cost of providing nursing home care to its constituents has remained constant at $800,000 to $900,000 per year, plus or minus $100,000 for the past 6 or 8 years. The costs are not increasing. The costs are not out of control. During the same time, the total St. Croix County tax levy has doubled, which means the percentage of a constituent's tax burden required for a nursing home operation is now nearly half what it used to be. It is my understanding that the county board will be reviewing the reason for the rapidly increasing total tax levy from 12 to 27 million during the past several years for the county. These accelerated costs are not the result of the nursing home operations. Thirdly, available nursing home beds. I know of no assisted living facility or newly proposed health management program that is designed to provide affordable 24/7 skilled nursing care. And the key words here are 24/7 skilled nursing care. In Wisconsin, we have about 34,000 assisted living units, or about the same number as existing 24/7 skilled nursing care beds. And the general aging of our population, I should say, add the general aging of our population to this equation. Also, it has been estimated that 50% of us will require skilled nursing care before death. Even with the desire for more in-home care, where would the competent and trustworthy caregivers be found to meet these needs? We have a crisis in the making regarding the availability of 24/7 skilled care beds. The county needs to keep its 72-bed license. In summary, I ask that you do not lower staff benefit level or hours. This county nursing home model has been extremely successful for St. Croix County. Assuming success means compassionate and reasonable quality skilled care. Don't bring a good home down to the poor care level so often observed in private industry. Please vote no to any recommendations that are steps towards privatization, including the costly overhead for contracted administrator and director of nursing positions. These monies should instead be spent to reward the highly regarded staff who provide the hands-on care. Let's keep the county's future care options open. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentleman's presentation and everything like that, although I believe we did have that in front of us this morning. And, you know, several things here, I guess. It's finally been brought up about the estimates and so on for construction versus the remodeling and so on. And I, for one, am not a proponent of remodeling. I've talked to 3 contractors. One was a huge one across the border and 2 medium-sized ones, and they all say, you know, take a real good look at this remodeling because you got an existing structure which probably stability-wise is very good, but just how much are we going to have to remodel in order to fulfill 50 or 44 beds? And I'm really against going down to 44. Several other things. We got in the presentations this morning, I appreciate this, but the statement that others would build, why not us? In other words, if you take a look at these private providers, they're saying, yeah, we would build new. The one contractor said, well, a big portion of the expense is going to be the land. If you consider this, I told him, hey, you know, we own the land. We got the land. That's one step. The other thing is that I agree with Larry. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, I guess, at the health center, that, you know, it's not the biggest item in the world for the capital outlay. We can build. I know we got contractors that have not been consulted yet, not been asked for even a pre-bid. Now, sometimes they're reluctant to give a pre-bid estimate, but I think these are necessary and they can do this. We are going with figures, I guess, that Whiffley is on board from, you know, kind of a standardized type of estimate scale. Correct me if I'm wrong, Larry. The projections for the future, and that's been going over. You know, we're going to have a lot of bodies out there that need a home. I really think we've got to take a look at, and you're saying, yeah, we've taken a look at, but really an accurate look at some of the funding sources, the fact that if we build new, we can avail ourselves of some of the green information out there, the 2008 stuff. We're looking at a building that's 26 years old up there. And I don't know what the projection was as far as the lifespan of that thing, but it's probably well over halfway along right now. And that's one of the reasons I can't, you know, go with a remodeling process. I would like to see this thing brought to a head with the entire populace of the county. I keep hearing that, yeah, but you're representing only the people over in your area, or the New Richmond area, or the Stanton or Star Prairie area. You know, I don't buy that. I've logged 86 calls, names, addresses, phone numbers. I've had 3 that didn't want to identify themselves, and I just pass those off. That's garbage. I will not even acknowledge them. And I think 13 emails. Some of these are not from the New Richmond or the Wilson or the Glenwood City area. They're from down this area. It's a county institution. I am going to forward a motion to the board to keep the nursing home operating as a county entity right now, and to put this on an advisory referendum on 2 November. I believe 2 or 3 November. I'd have checked the calendar. There's going to be an election there anyway, and those people will turn out. In the meantime, in the interim, I think we can get some more information in regard to construction as well as possible remodeling, but I don't think we've exhausted it all. I do not buy that last statement on the bottom of that picture where it says study of options appears to be exhausted. I don't know about that. That's my motion, sir.
I second that motion.
Let me, before you second it, let me read it back because the wording is going to be critical, isn't it?
Roger on that.
Yeah, I heard you to say keep the nursing home operating and put as a county entity. Thanks, Cindy. And okay, you read it then.
To keep the nursing home operating as a county entity and put this on an advisory referendum for November 2008, and in the meantime get more information regarding construction and remodeling.
Referendum for November. Now, let me just make sure that the date in November that you mean is the date of the presidential election, or is it some other? Is that November 4th in 2008? Are you agreeable with that, Mr. Mills? November 4 is the date of the presidential election, and that's the date for the referendum? Yes. Yeah, just clarification, not questioning it. Okay, and what is the this that would be put on the advisory referendum? Can you help with that?
The question of disposition of the present county nursing home.
No, maybe we want to do that at some future time, but a referendum has to be a question, as I understand it. You know, that can be answered yes or no. Is that right? Did you understand?
Would it have to be yes or no, as opposed?
Yes or no?
Should St. Croix County continue to operate a nursing home?
Okay.
You know, do you want to think about it some more, or do you have a question that's ready to go?
All right. Should the county?
Should St. Croix County continue to operate a nursing home?
Should St. Croix County continue to operate a nursing home? It's about as brief as we can get it. Just as it is.
They'll figure it out.
We're still working on the exact words of the motion because obviously the details matter. Now, operate and own might be two different things. I just want you to think about that. Do you really mean own and operate the way we do today? Or own or operate?
No, own and operate.
Okay. Not trying to push you where you don't want to go, but trying to achieve clarity here. Now, if we could restate the proposed motion here. Are you making a point of order, Mr. Standifer? Because that has precedence, but if you're not, I'm going to continue this
I'm willing
dialogue.
to make it a point of order, yes. And I guess my point would be, I think it would be inappropriate for us to try and wordsmith what we want on the ballot as far as a referendum question. If the motion today would be to have ready an advisory referendum question by November, and that is voted up or down, I would think that would be appropriate. But I would think it would be very difficult for the supervisors right now to wordsmith appropriately what that question should be. I mean, it's almost like making sausage, and you don't want to watch that being done. And if the vote would be affirmative and we would take an advisory referendum, and personally, Chuck, I would be in favor of that. I think that would be appropriate. We could say, yes, we want to do it, and then we will draft appropriately what that referendum question should be.
Well, we can do it. I haven't taken a second yet. Trying to get the wording of exactly what you want and one that has some prospect of success and so on like that. Let me just mention, it would seem to me that if you're buying into that argument that you don't need to define the exact words of the referendum today, that means somebody else has to do it. So think in terms of who would do it. Is there to be a standing committee? The supervisors who are in office today, supervisors who will be in office after April 15th. Doesn't mean it can't be done that way. I'm just throwing out things for you to think about before we firm up the exact words you want. If you're ready, I'm ready to take them, and then we can look for a second, whatever you want.
Well, you know, we do want the semantics appropriate, and I don't want to be a sausage, so I think the point is well taken. But what committee would be appropriate? I guess is the big question.
I mean, you could say that.
We could create a committee temporarily.
We could, and of course, whatever committee would work on the wording would presumably bring it back to the board, but it'd be the new board, and then they would say, yeah, we don't want the comma there, move it over, or...
Okay, right.
You know,
because, you know, we're going to have about a third of the platoon gone, or, you know, vacancies and everything like that, too, and I think this would give those people a better idea of these options out there. I guess I would say a 5-person committee to be assigned. Is that... an ad hoc committee, if you will, right. A balanced one.
Motion by Supervisor Mills to keep the nursing home operating as a county entity and put this on an advisory referendum for November 4th, 2008. And in the meantime, get information regarding construction and remodeling. I haven't changed the motion, so.
Okay, and now we would add and...
That's fine. Can a citizen be on that committee, or does it have to be board members? Okay. Odd number. That's right.
All right. Are you comfortable with it? If so, I'll take a second. I've been keeping other people from intervening. County board. In other words, chair, it wouldn't matter who would nominate people for this committee, but the county board would choose them. Is that the same kind of vision you've got?
Yeah, and in the meantime, too, you know, meet with some of these contractors and so on, and get some more input on this, rather than just base figures.
That's part of the information gathering before November.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. All right, somebody want to second that?
I'll second
You'll second that, Dick? All right. Discussion on that motion?
Yes, we went on date.
What's, no, it does not. No, we did not modify that part of it. Who was it? Mr. Peterson, I guess you were first.
Okay. I'd like to make a suggestion about the committee membership. And I would like to see this to be a 5-member elected committee from the membership, with the county being divided into 4 segments, 1 member from each of the segments, and the 5th member being at large, which would be the vice chairman. I could draw it out for you if you think it has any merit, but I would like to see an elected committee because of the importance of this issue rather than a appointed committee.
I really don't think we need to make this overly complicated. This is simply going to be a working group to thoughtfully come up with some language to bring back to this body for approval. The committee is not going to come up with a ballot question. They're going to come up with a clean, workable draft in a thoughtful manner that the full body then will approve. I don't think that we need to have any fear of hidden agendas of anyone that's going to work on this ballot question.
Because they wouldn't have the authority.
Exactly. They're not going to come up with
the wording
the
final
ballot
anyway.
question.
Is that your point? Let's see, Mr. Awesome, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. I guess I think that the question that needs to be asked of the taxpayers is clear, and I don't think we should postpone it for a committee to decide what that question is. And so I would propose that we amend the motion to read that the St. Croix County shall, excuse me, I misstated that. We should amend the motion to read that we should ask the taxpayers whether St. Croix County shall continue to provide a tax levy subsidy for operating the St. Croix County Nursing Home.
I second.
How many motions are you taking?
Well, that's an amendment.
We've now got an amendment to replace the previous thing, essentially. Let's make sure we got the word right. Please say it again.
The motion is that we ask the taxpayers whether St. Croix County shall continue to provide a tax levy subsidy for operating the St. Croix County Nursing Home. Period.
The motion was a proposed amendment to the motion was to ask the taxpayers whether St. Croix County shall continue to provide a tax levy subsidy for operating the St. Croix County Nursing Home.
Is there a second to that amendment? Discussion. Mr. Moore,
Just a question. This event has been 20 years in the making, and I've got a question about, with that length of time and using the word advisory, what that really means to the group come November after the vote has taken, whether it's better to go to a binding referendum. Is there?
I think there's a legal impediment on a binding
So
referendum.
it has to be advisory?
That's what I've been told from
Thank
several
you.
sources.
I'd just like to refresh a couple issues here. Is when Kim was up there making her statement, she said we should give the citizens a choice. I totally support a referendum, and I do believe it's simple. If we've been debating a lot of issues here, building new ones, building old ones, doing everything else, all of it was really talking around the subsidy. Do we want to continue the subsidy? And if this goes on in November, if we continue to get input, which again, as I brought up earlier, continues to cost us money, but if we continue to get input to look and see if there's some way we can get some other option that's going to be able to do something without a subsidy, this proposal here will not impact that. This is just asking the taxpayers if they want to continue to subsidize the nursing home. If we got a program or a plan that's not going to require a subsidy, then it doesn't matter.
I think we need to have a clarification. The original motion said we should keep the nursing home operating as a county entity and put this on an advisory referendum for November 4, 2008, and then went on to discuss information, and the tenor of the question should be, should St. Croix County continue to own and operate a nursing home? Now, if I understand you right, Mr. Awesome, the first part of Mr. Mills' motion stands. It's what the question is that you intend to amend. Is that correct? So the question, instead of being, should St. Croix County continue to own and operate a nursing home, would become, should St. Croix County continue to provide a tax levy subsidy for operating a St. Croix County nursing home? Is that essentially right? All right. Thanks for letting me clarify that. Ms. Norton-Baumann, then Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. I'm really glad that Supervisor Awesome added the amendment to this motion. My concern with the previous motion, the original motion, is that all that was discussed in it is the cost of construction, not the cost of operation. And in the long run, I really believe that the cost of construction would be minimal compared to our long-term operational costs. So I look forward to voting on this amendment.
Mr. Jordan? Unless you had exactly the same point.
No.
No.
I would just add to the discussion, I think the advisory referendum question is of critical importance. And I don't think we should be naive today to just say that we're going to put an advisory referendum on, that we've talked to 3 anonymous contractors and the costs aren't that high. I think if we're going to do an advisory referendum, it should be similar to what the library is doing of give an honest assessment to the people who will have to pay for it and say this is what you're paying now and this is what you'll continue to pay into the future. The construction cost and the testimony that we were given at the January 15th meeting showed that a 40-year build on a new construction was close to $60 million. And that's if everything stayed current. So I think if there's an amendment made, we should at least be honest to all parties and say this, yes, let's vote it up or let's vote it down and let's give the citizens a say, but this is what it's going to cost.
Mr. Jordan addresses the thing that I wanted to point out about this motion. The populace would not be advising us on what form, if any, that the nursing home would take with or without assisted living or additional facilities. And it seems to me that the proposal about yes or no, should there be a county nursing home, begs the question about what kind of format it would take as well as how much it would cost. And the two, of course, go hand in hand. As Mr. Jordan pointed out, if you have one set of proposals, it's going to cost you a lot more than if you have another set of proposals. And so the question really revolves around, there are a series of questions really, about how much this is going to cost and what form it should take. And for me, it makes no sense to have a referendum at all. It makes a lot more sense to talk about this within the county board.
So you'll probably be voting against both the amendment and the main motion. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. I have an amendment that I'd like to make. However, I'd like to make it and then have you rule on whether it is proper or not. I'm not sure if it falls within the parliamentary procedure on an amendment. So if I could, I'd like to make it and then get a ruling on if it can be addressed. Okay?
I generally have had a rule in the past not to take amendments on amendments. because we sort of get wrapped around the axle, and I forget which one we're voting on. But let's hear what you have.
Thank you for letting me say what I have. Okay, I move that a November advisory referendum be held on the construction of a 20-unit assisted care apartment and a new nursing home.
That's substantially different, I think. I think we'll just have to treat that as not germane at the moment.
Yeah, I realize that, and I was going to use the term germane, but I wanted to see if I could get it out.
And that's not spelled like the Germains of Somerset. That's the other Germain, yeah. So that's something that could come on at another stage, but not right this moment. Aren't there Germains in Somerset? We need to, well, what have you got, John?
Just a quick question. Does the amendment then put us back into running the nursing home 1 year at a time? That if we're able to miraculously run the facility with no county money, then the first year when the reimbursement changes, and it will, does that mean that then we're going to come in here and vote to close, or it's automatically up for closure?
What do you think? Mr. Strumke, you were a mover on the amendment. Do you think
Well, just in general, of course, everybody knows that just because we vote today on this, next month somebody can bring it up and vote a different way because it's a new board, which is my hesitation on doing all this at the end of this session. But I would think in answer to the question, it would be that whatever the board decides to do at that time, understanding that, you know, the people have spoken, they don't want to subsidize the nursing home. And if all of a sudden we're required to subsidize it again, we'd have to look very hard at continuing it when the citizens have said not to.
It seems to me there's an amendment on the floor we should be voting on.
That's right. We'll vote first on the amendment and then on the main motion. That's the usual procedure. Does that signal that you're ready to vote? Without making one of Mr. Peterson's motions to end discussion? What we're going to need to do first is be sure we really understand the words. So we're going to have Cindy make her best stab at it.
Can you read the amendment?
Yep. You're going to read the amended, read it with the, let's have the motion and then the amendment so that we can tell the distinctions between the two. I think that's the only way to be right about it.
Well, I'm not clear on the. You want me to?
Start with the motion that was made by Mr.
It was a motion by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor King, to keep the nursing home operating as a county entity and put this on an advisory referendum for November 4, 2008, and in the meantime get more information regarding construction and remodeling and appoint a 5-person ad hoc committee to draft exact words of the referendum. Main motion. The amendment was motion by Supervisor Awesome, second by Supervisor Strumke, to amend the motion to ask the taxpayers whether St. Croix County shall continue to provide a tax levy subsidy for operating the St. Croix County Nursing Home.
Now, that amendment replaces the wording of the question that was proposed, and it replaces all the language about a 5-person committee, because that we've got the words now in the amendment. Do you understand that? It sounds feasible, but of course it's subject to Ms. Nordenbauman's comment that it only addresses construction costs, but that's the minimum that it addresses, so one could always gather more information for the taxpayers.
It doesn't address.
Pardon me?
It doesn't address, it addresses subsidy. That's all
No.
it addresses.
No. Remaining in the basic motion is the language that Mr. Mills authored that called for gathering more information
yes,
about construction and the like. Yep. All right, are you ready to vote on the amendment? We'll probably need to do a roll call vote here, I'm guessing. Mr. Cranmer?
I'm not sure if the word costs has been properly inserted in the main motion. I think that when you read it, Ms. Gamble, that you read, meanwhile, the construction firms would be asked to the information would be gathered on construction, but I think you left out the word costs. Is that in the main motion?
I had more information regarding construction and remodeling.
But not costs. Should the word cost be in there?
At the risk of having yet another amendment, can we not agree that cost is what's meant by that?
Yeah.
Yes, it's implicit that the word cost is included. Yeah, you don't have to type it in there. It's already in there implicitly. That is the way we understand it. It's about construction cost or remodeling cost, as well as other things about construction, size and rooms and the rest of it. That's the way I read it. All right, where does the roll call begin on this amendment? With Mr. Ritz, is it, or? Oh, with Mr. Awesome. Okay. Yes is in favor of the amendment.
Gordon Awesome?
Yes.
Tom Kaflish?
Yes.
Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman?
Yes.
Roger Rebholz?
Yes.
Bill Cranmer? Daryl Standifer?
Yes.
John Borup?
No.
Clarence Malick?
Yes.
Don Jordan?
Yes.
Ron Raymond?
Yes.
Linda Lucky?
Yes.
Stan Kruger?
Yes.
Denise Gunderson?
No.
Lois Burry?
No.
Brian Hurchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
No.
Joe Hurchin?
No.
Bill Peavy?
No.
Gerald Peterson?
No.
Charlie Grant?
No.
Chuck Mells?
No.
Richard King?
No.
Wallace Haphager?
No.
John Mortensen?
No.
Gene Ritz?
Okay, the amendment fails. Are you ready to vote on the main motion? Mr. Mills?
I feel this information was brought up, I mean, it's valid and probably could be incorporated in the wording of the message in the ballot, so to speak.
All right, the roll call begins with Mr. Kaflish.
I know, I'm trying to keep up.
Keeping up with
I know.
Can
Tom?
we reread the motion that we're back to now?
It's not indelibly printed.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor King, to keep the nursing home operating as a county entity and put this on an advisory referendum for November 4, 2008, and in the meantime get more information regarding construction and remodeling and appoint a 5-person ad hoc committee to draft exact words of the referendum.
I just have a question with respect to the motion. I don't think anybody's called it yet that we must vote on it. Are we done debating this now, or is there, with Mr. Mel's indulgences, is there a way to improve that language?
It is possible to amend it. Mr. Strumke, your next. Oh, follow up?
I would just like to follow up to that. From serving on those committees for at least a year and having the best and brightest minds come in and give us testimony, I think the language is weak with respect to study and get additional building costs. And I'm trying to be as positive as I can about this. There's no contractor in America without a set of plans and specs that's going to come in and give any meaningful numbers beyond what we're seeing here today. So I just, if we're going to tighten up the language, and we don't want to tighten up the advisory referendum language, I think at a minimum that should be tightened up. I would hate to see us now from March 18th until November 4th have a new set of board members study construction costs for a new nursing home to be built to be put on an advisory referendum. I don't think we're going to have meaningful numbers, and we certainly aren't going to spend the money for plans and specs or size. And therefore, I think it should still be debated.
Mr. Strumke,
I call the vote.
sounds like you're making a motion to end discussion, which requires a second, is non-debatable, and requires a two-thirds vote. Is there a... Oh, okay. Mr. Standifer.
Now I do have a parliamentary inquiry, and I inquire about the meaning of the motion. My inference is that the motion in front of us is that we will continue to operate the nursing home, I insert the word for point only, temporarily, until November, because we're going to have a ballot question. The motion does not mean that we're going to continue to operate the nursing home, and we're going to have a referendum question. Am I correct?
That's the way I read it, yes. That's what you had in mind, Mr. Mills?
Well, we'd have to continue until such time as a decision was made as to the outcome, which I would assume would be shortly after November. Yeah.
Yeah. So I suppose there are other possible interpretations, but that seems the most obvious one. Ms. Gordon-Bauman?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. With this too, there's a lot of 2008, I'll use the word green material for lack of a better one. We've been mulling over a few things. I've met with St. Croix Electric and Excel in regard to wind energy, windmill if you will, and one of them has said that, it's an ideal site for one out there. You could power the whole nursing home, health center, St. Croix Industries, and correction center complex, plus the new housing development across the road. These are all things I don't think have been taken up. I really don't. Yeah.
Designing the structure, I would too. I just kind of itch to get at it, but I think we first have to do a motion here. Ms. Norden-Bauman?
I'd just like a point of clarification. I'm still confused about the original motion and what is the meaning of the word "this"?
This, it means the referendum question which the five-person committee will bring to this board for adoption. That's the referendum question under this original motion was not written, was not detailed, and so it needs to be devised by the future county board. All right, are you ready to vote? We begin this time with Mr. Cafflish, I suppose. We're voting on the motion.
No, we're not.
What do we have? Oh, we have a motion to end debate, don't we? Yes, seem careful here. Well, let's do our hands. All who are in favor of ending debate, raise your one hand. That's way more than 2/3. Everybody agree?
Yep.
Okay. Now we can vote on the motion. Comfortable with that, Ms. Spear? I see your brow is furrowed. Yep. All right. Now you can vote, Mr. Cafflish.
Vote on the main motion. Tom
Yep.
Cafflish?
Yes.
Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Sharon Norton-Bauman?
Yes.
Roger Repholz?
Yes.
Bill Cranmer?
No.
Daryl Standifer?
Yes.
John Borup?
Yes.
Clarence Malick?
Yes.
Don Jordan? Ron Raymond? Linda Lucky? Stan Kruger?
Yes.
Denise Gunderson? Lois Burry?
Yes.
Brian Hurchin?
Yes.
Julie Spear?
Yes.
Joe Hurchin?
Yes.
Bill Peavy?
Yes.
Gerald Peterson?
Yes.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Chuck Mills?
Yes.
Richard King?
Yes.
Wallace Habhager?
Yes.
John Mortensen?
Yes.
Gene Ritz. Yes. Gordon Awesome.
It passes. All right, I think that takes care of items 10 and 11, unless you got some wrap-up for us, Fred. And please don't ask, what does this mean, and get us started over again. I think it takes care of both of them, doesn't it? Yeah. Just hold on.
Just a
Attention, please.
couple of quick notes. Other counties have in fact done advisory referendums, so I will work to gather how those questions were formatted for a referendum, advisory referendum. And then secondly, I will work with Health and Human Services. We have on our agenda long-range planning. We did have 3 construction companies, Ayers and Associates, and architectural firms, Derrick Construction and Croix Anderson, give us some preliminary estimates. But if we're going to really drill down to what a program or a new facility might look like, we really have to get into design and the bricks and mortar. And so we'll have to try to come up with a little bit more detail. That's what I meant by looking at general options. At this point, we really need to now drill down into the specifics. So I'll follow up on this motion with Health and Human Services.
While we're talking about it, I'll refer right now to the Administration Committee to report back to the next county board meeting a recommendation for this 5-person committee, how it should be obtained and how it should do its work, if there's any definition of that that's required. And the next board can deal with your recommendation. Got that, Mr. Cafflish?
Yes, I do, and I won't be here for that meeting, so the vice chairman will take care of that. I'll make sure he does.
You know, that raises an interesting point. What to do about the board members for whom this is the last board meeting? What have we done in the past, Ms. Spear? Do we flog them for not running again, or wave goodbye? We'll have plaques available, I'm told, by the next meeting. So any of you who either aren't reelected or whatever the situation may be that causes you to be leaving the board, if you care to come to the next county board meeting, you can receive your plaque. Otherwise, we'll take a picture, you know. Otherwise, we'll try to figure out some way to get your plaque to you. Remember that under our bylaws, committees continue with their membership until they're replaced. So, you know, the next, you go through another round of committee meetings until new appointments are made using the existing people, except for public protection with its new member. Now, did I see some hands? Stan, you wanted to raise a question?
Do the retiring committee supervisors get per diem to come back and pick up their plaque?
If I remember right, you ran on a platform of financial conservatism. Yeah, which asks you to look at it through the taxpayer's eyes. So I think that answers itself. So I believe we're done with 10 and 11. Do you agree? All right. Let's take up the group of things that relate to the labor union agreements. Mr. Standifer, you led the ad hoc negotiation committee. Do you have motions to make or reports to give or something?
In front of you are 4 resolutions because we had, as I'm sure you're aware, 4 bargaining groups with whom we were negotiating for several months. I might just say, as way of background, so you're aware who was doing this, the ad hoc bargaining committee was Supervisors King and Cindy Leonard and myself. We had the staff assistants of Chuck Whiting and Tammy Funk. And I think it's appropriate to say, I think I speak on behalf of that group, that even though it was a lengthy process, and we've been doing this for a number of months with a number of meetings, I would like to publicly indicate that the process was respectful, and I think we made good progress on the primary issues that were part of the bargain. We met a number of times with all four of the bargaining groups because there were several economic issues that crossed all the bargaining lines, and those obviously specifically were wages and health insurance. In other words, the economic package. And since that ultimately was going to be the same, and where we were trying to get the major traction was on insurance, we met numerous times with all of the groups together. We met in separate and subgroup caucuses with the individual bargaining units on the specific language items or bullet points that were implicit only to an individual contract. And most of that is in front of you. I'll highlight a couple of things, but I think it would be appropriate to give you the overarching view of what the economic package is that we're bringing before you today for all of the units. And then, Mr. Chairman, I inquire, I'm assuming it would be appropriate to have an individual motion, and I think we're probably required to do that because we have individual bargaining contracts. We'll have an individual motion for each of the bargaining units. There is a little bit of difference as it relates to language issues, so we are approving each one individually. But let me first of all outline the economic package if that's agreeable. Essentially, that will be contained on the reverse of each of the resolutions, and it would be identical for all of them. So if you would turn on any one of the bargaining units, the first one would be the GGSS unit for the government center. But if you'll turn to page 2, that outlines what essentially is the economic package for all of the bargaining units. Do you see that? Crossing all of the division lines then, the things that are common to all of the bargains that we'll be bringing for you today are the following. First of all is the bereavement leave. Prior to this bargain, there were some differences as it lined up for the different groups, and as they individually brought requests to us to make some modifications and some changes and add some different categories and a number of things, the objective that we had here was to line these up so they're all the same. It was confusing and somewhat difficult to understand and explain why there would be different bereavement policies for different bargaining units. So fairly early in the process, we indicated to the individual bargaining units that our proposal would be not to add any categories, but to line them up across the board so that they are the same for every bargaining unit. You can see then that there are some modifications in each one. You can see where those modifications are, and as a result, the bereavement leave policy would be identical for all of the bargaining units that we dealt with this year. We also have a bargaining unit for the LAW, and that one is a little bit different yet at the moment, but we were not bargaining with them this year, and so obviously there was no way to impose something upon a bargaining unit. That will be a discussion that we'll have the next time. One of the things that's different, if you'll recall from previous contract negotiations that we've brought to you, is that this year we're proposing a 3-year contract in all of the bargaining units. Heretofore, that has generally been 2 years. The reason for a 3-year contract this year primarily relates to insurance. So I'll segue right to insurance, but the bargain that's in front of you is for a 3-year contract, and we're already into 08, so it would be all of 08, all of 09, and all of 2010. And the wage offer in all of those years is 2% on the 1st of January, as you can see. Where we were trying to get major traction this year was on the issue of insurance. One of the substantial costs at the county level, and you'll recall this conversation that we've had each year in the budget process, is the cost of our health insurance. What we're proposing, and where we spent a lot of time in discussion with the bargaining units, is not any change or modification in the plan, and I need to make sure that you're very clear on that. We are not proposing any structural changes of the plan that we've got. You're aware that we're a self-insured company, and the plan is the plan. We're not changing anything in the plan. What we're discussing is the methodology of paying for that. And where we were going to get significant cost savings is at the reinsurance level when we go out to bid the reinsurance in our self-insured plan, if we would be able to begin the transition to a high deductible plan. And that's why it took a number of meetings. It took a lot of back and forth because it was an educational process. And we wanted the employee group to be very clear that we were in no way trying to have a cost shift from the employers to the employees. What we were very clearly trying to do is reduce the overall cost of the insurance package itself. You'll remember that the division right now in the cost of whatever the premium is a 90-10 split. The employer pays 90% and the employee pays 10%. That also remains the same. Nothing has changed. But where we're able to get some real cost savings will be when we go to the reinsurance, and right now our provider is Mutual of Omaha, and when they bid our reinsurance premium rates, by transitioning to a high deductible plan, that cost will be brought down significantly. So as we transition, we will be funding that employee high deductible plan through the methodology of a health reimbursement account so that it remains cost effective to the employee, but for both sides that number comes down, and that's where we get the savings. In order to do that, you'll see the next bullet point, which is number 3, health insurance. We have agreement with all of the bargaining units that an optional plan will be developed for 2009. That means that during the enrollment period at the end of this year, we will have a plan ready for employees to begin to transition on a voluntary basis into that plan for 2009 and 2010. That's the reason for a 3-year bargain. We needed the time to be able to transition into that plan. It's voluntary going in, but I would predict that most employees that look at this with any kind of forward-looking vision will realize that the quicker they get in the plan, the better off they will be, because funds that they are not used that are part of their health reimbursement plan, 50% of that will roll over to the next year. So they're going to have an opportunity to begin to build a fund balance in the HRA. Now the details of the way that that optional plan is going to look are not yet in place, but they must be in place by the 1st of July of this year so that we can in fact go to the reinsurer and bid the rates. That's why you'll see that if we have in place by the 1st of July of this year agreement on that structure, then there will be an additional wage bump of 1% on the 1st of July, 08, 09, and 10. So that becomes the combined economic package that is offered to all of the bargaining units. The one thing that then follows with that is that by the end of 2010, beginning for 2011, all of the employees would need to have transitioned over to that. Is that all clear? Do you have any questions on that? I can't give you the details of what that optional structure is going to look like because that's what we're going to work on over the next 3 months. But if that's in place, then there's the additional bump of 1%.
I do have a question, and that is, what is the meaning by open enrollment in 2010? I take it that, in fact, an employee who had not themselves signed the paperwork during the open enrollment period would have that done for them, because the third increment of 1% would have been started in the July previous to that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, if I understand what you're asking correctly, I'm going to answer yes, because what we're indicating it would be optional during the period of time, but by the end of that time, and as we transition into 11, then it becomes the plan, the payment method.
Where it says by open enrollment, it means by using the open enrollment window or period.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, let me go to a couple of the specific language issues then, contract by contract, because there are a couple of differences. And then after running through those, we'll take any questions, but after running through those, then my plan would be to have a series of 4 motions. Hopefully they would be seconded and we can adopt these, but that's the economic side. In order then, number 13, agenda item number 13 is the GGS union. There are several language issues that you can see. Also implicit in all of them are a couple of other language things that would be included. One of them is, in this case, bullet point 13, health insurance. In each contract, it indicates that an alternative health plan option for 2009 will be developed and included. Each one will have that kind of language. Each one will have the following language, and that is that as of July of this year, our payment method for all employees will be a direct deposit. At that point, we'll be into the 21st century, and that's the way people will get paid. So that's GGSS. The next one is highway. I guess we could. I was just going to go through all of them.
Mr. Strumke, did you have a question that pertains to this one or all of them?
Well, it's a question that pertains basically to all of them. This is a 3-year contract committing these increases over the next 3 years. The question is this 2% increase, based on our 2% increase, levy increase that we're authorized next year, how much of that authorized increase is going to be ate up in these pay raises and benefit increases?
Big chunk of it. Yeah, I don't know how else to say it other than that. Not all of this, of course, is levy. Part of it comes from other revenue sources. But you're now putting your finger on the dilemma that we're going to have going into the budget next year.
So, am I correct to assume at least that it is not going to take it all?
It probably won't take it all, but it'll take most of it.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to do them one at a time then, and then go to the next one? Okay. At this point, then, I would move for approval the bargain that between St. Croix County and the AFSCME GGSS union for 2008 through 2010.
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. King. Further discussion? All in favor should vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously.
The next
Number
one is
14.
the highway. I've already covered the benefit package. I've already highlighted the fact that we would be transitioning to the high deductible plan. Direct deposit will be the payment methodology. 2 things I would like to point out in this one. Number 12, we did agree that since there will be a requirement for a hazmat endorsement, and I believe this is approximately 4 employees will have the hazmat endorsement, and the cost of that is perhaps a little more than $100. We've agreed to pay up to $100 for up to those 4 people. Charlie?
What does that EES stand for on the bottom of that number 12?
That's just a computer issue.
Up to 4 employees.
So
Correct.
is that $400 then?
A total of $400.
Word processor cut that.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
There's one more thing I would highlight, and that is there was a fair amount of pressure from the bargaining unit for a change or modification in the CDL language. That appeared to us to be a very slippery slope. CDL is commercial driver's license language. We did not make a change in the commercial driver's license language that is currently in the contract. And we have been given indication from the bargaining unit that that is a stick above the water from their standpoint. But at this point, our recommendation is that we approve the position that we've got, which was a good faith bargain. And I'll move approval.
All in favor, vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Unanimous.
The next one is the agreement with the Health Center Union. Again, the economic package is the same. I would point out, as far as language issues and some back and forth, we do have the same information as far as health insurance, same information as far as direct deposit. I would call your attention to language in bullet point number 6, and it concerns the nursing home sale. The first part of that, down to the part that is underlined, we included in the last bargain, and that is currently in the contract, and it reads, in the event that the county sells the nursing home employees shall receive a payout of 1/2 of their unused personal sick leave bank to a maximum of 45 days at the time the sale is consummated. The next language, the sentence that is underlined, was added at the request of the employee bargaining group this year. We did not object to that because that, again, is really a self-evident statement. In the event that it would be sold, obviously we would need to bargain issues during any period, but I might indicate that maybe they see this as an inevitable conclusion at some point. At any rate, that language is added, and it simply says the parties agree to bargain such issues that may arise in addition to the above referenced payout. So that would be included in the contract. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
Before you move it, my copy has a typo in the word referenced payout. It's typed as though it were references payout. There's an S where there should be a D. You see what I mean? Or maybe mine is different from yours.
That is a typo. It should be referenced. I didn't notice that either.
So the way you're moving it with a D.
It would be a D.
Yeah. Is there a second?
S would be stricken to D.
Second, Mr. King. All in favor, vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Unanimous.
The final one is the agreement with the Human Services Union. Again, the economic package is the same as the other ones. I'd point out number 3 and number 4, which also are the same. Agreement to move to health insurance, agreement on direct deposit. One change in this one, and that is number 7. We did agree with this bargaining unit to move the 6 AODA staff to the appropriate step as part of achieving this bargain. And if it is determined as we finalize the Springstead project, job classifications should be on a lower level. And that's not to say that they will be. It's just saying if they are, then the staff would be moved to that rate. They wouldn't be redlined. All that means is whatever Springstead says those jobs should be, that's what they will be. And with that, I would move approval.
Does the proposed language go beyond number 7? Because I received 2 pages that go from 1 to 7, and I wondered if there's something beyond 7 that I didn't receive.
No, it's just duplicated. No, it stops there.
But 7 spills over onto the second page. Yes. All right, you've heard the motion, and you've heard the second, and you've heard the explanation. All in favor should vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. I think, Mr. Kruger, you're carrying the water for the resolution about compensation of elected officials?
Yes. I will bring that over to the floor.
Thank you, sir. No. I'm planning to do that right after 18. Mike?
Sorry. I'll make that motion to the floor establishing the compensation for elected officials
Was there a
for the
second?
years 2009 through 2012 for the county clerk, registered of deeds, and county treasurer.
Okay. Everybody's seen it. I suppose some of the officials are here if you want an explanation or discussion. Otherwise, You ready to vote? Oh. We got a second from Mr. Kafflish. Mr. Standifer.
A couple people asked me why I voted in the negative on this, and I want to publicly indicate that it has nothing to do with the qualifications or the job performance of any of the incumbents. My opposition really was precisely on the point of incumbency. We do not make any evaluation of the elected public officials. We do not hire them. We do not fire them. The voters do that. And my objection to what we did here was purely on the basis of the process that we undertook that day to set the salaries. And that is, we looked at, very briefly, some information that came in from the elected officials comparing those positions to other county employee positions, and then all of a sudden a motion was made to set the compensation at a level. I just objected to the process because we had no comparison as to what other counties were paying constitutional offices. If we were hiring and firing these people, I would consider them employees, but we are not. The voters are doing that, and I consider them constitutional officers as the way the statutes define them. The incumbents in the positions may or may not run for office. Personally, I hope they do because they're doing a terrific job, but we are not setting a position to reward or penalize, whatever your view of the compensation level is, the people currently in the job. We're setting a salary based on what we think that position is worth for someone that may run for it in the future. My objection, therefore, was purely on the process, and it has nothing to do with the people that are currently in the positions.
For those of you who weren't aware of it, this will be the first time that these officials run for a 4-year term of office. Those of you who've been involved with county government remember that the sheriff's term was extended, and now these positions are for 4 years. So the proposal is to set the salary at $61,000 and have it stay the same for all 4 years. Ms. Burry.
I was just going to ask, when the salary was set, why don't they get raises like the rest of them? I'm sure there's an answer for that, but why don't they have a progression each year?
And it certainly could be done that way. There was no particular reason, but it was chosen to do it this way. Did you want to say something on the mic?
Yeah, if they would have an increase, you would have to state that in this agreement before they run for public office. You can't give them an increase while their term is transpiring. They ran at a $61,000 a year salary.
Oh,
okay. We could have put in an increase step along as we did it. I also did not vote for this issue just because I didn't think we had enough information. But it did pass the Finance Committee.
I just wanted to mention that their increase from their last election was about $7,000 more, so it gives them a nice increase that way.
Did you want to be heard, Cheryl? You drafted the memorandum, I guess, for everybody.
I'd like to make.
Okay, Mr. Strumke, then Mr. King.
Well, and I would just call all the supervisors' attention to that letter. It's on the purple paper, and it does show, because we're really talking basically $9,200 a year pay raise. It's kind of nice to know. I didn't know that the last time they got a $7,000 pay raise, was that 2 years ago?
In response to Supervisor Strumke's
We were given for, hang on there a second, I'm going to find my paperwork. For the '07 term and the '08, which was our final 2-year term, we were giving a 3% salary raise in '07 and a 1.5% salary raise in '08, which amounted to approximately, oh, let's see how good my math is today. From '07 to '08 was, where do you have? Okay. We went from 51,887 to 52,665.
What was it? I think he really was asking from '06 to '07, wasn't it $7,000?
I don't have those figures. Is that what we?
Does anybody think they remember? Stan, you're the numbers
I don't
guy.
remember if that was the year
Gonna miss you, Stan.
they were elected.
Instant percentages.
You have your old one?
Well, looks like you're not coming up with it. Any other debate, Mr. Stanifer? Oh, you're next.
I apologize.
I'd like to make a comment, seeing I directly, as a town treasurer, work with the county treasurer, and all three of these positions do a heck of a job. And the salary that they're going to go to for the next 4 years is sure not too high by any means. It's really in there, and if you divide that raise up by the 4 years, it's right in line. Thank you.
Mr. Stanifer.
I realize I'm a lonely voice in the wilderness on this issue, but I'm really trying to disabuse people of where we're again headed. And that is that we're talking about giving raises to people, and we're talking about the quality of the job that they did. And from my vantage point, none of that is in dispute. The incumbents do a wonderful job. But what we're talking about is trying to set a salary for a position that's going to get elected in the future. And we ought not be debating on whether these people deserve a raise or not. That's not the issue. I'm willing to concede they're marvelous employees. I don't think anybody's disputing that. But we're not evaluating their performance and deciding whether or not they deserve a raise. We're setting a position level for a constitutional office that the voters are going to elect in the future. And if these people choose to run, we're telling them what the benchmark is for that position if they choose to run for it.
May I make?
Any other discussion?
May I make comment? Sure. Mr. Malik? In response to Mr. Stanifer, in all due respect, I don't think we've ever asked that this be based on our competency at this point. What we have asked is to look at the fact that we are department heads, making department head decisions, supervising people, and in comparison to others who are not doing that, that was the comparison we've been made. I don't know if we've ever asked based on our competency. I think we both feel and I speak for Kay, she's not here, but it's never been based on our competency. It's been looking at the whole picture of where we fit in, which the purple sheet showed is exactly what we gave to the finance department. As to people who are department head positions, whether we're elected or not, we still have those responsibilities. We supervise people, and our salaries are based a lot lower than those who aren't even department heads in the county. And
just a quick question, and I'll support the pay rate, but did we not, a couple years ago, look at, and this might be for Mr. Whiting to respond to, but didn't we actually look at all the levels of pay and who gets what and department heads and levels adjustments? Didn't we look at all that just a few years ago?
Yes, but not the elected officials, on the theory that, as you've heard, they are not our employees, so they have not been given a Springstead analysis.
Right, so where I was going with that was, so we've looked at all those, and I think it's probably, if we did not do it then, we were negligent to not look at these three positions in comparison to what we were establishing for all the other employees.
Well, poor Mr. Stanifer is going to have apoplexy back there because, once again, once again, under the law, anybody who's 18 years old and a citizen may run for these offices. Thank God. And I don't have to complete that sentence. Are you ready to vote? We'll do it by a roll call vote, beginning with Mr. Strumke, I think.
Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman? Roger Rebholz? Bill Cranmer? Daryl Standifer? John Borup? Clarence Malick? Don Jordan? Ron Raymond? Is he gone?
Oh, he's absent.
Linda Lucky? Stan Kruger? Denise Gunderson? Lois Burry? Brian Hirchin? Julie Spear? Joe Hirchin? Bill Peavy? Gerald Peterson? Charlie Grant? Chuck Mills is gone. Richard King? Wallace Habhager? John Mortensen? Gene Ritz? Tom Kaflish?
The motion passes. Let's do the one more finance thing here, and then let's take up, Pete Kling and Marilyn Pash have been waiting here to tell us about how things are going to go with the goal-setting session. What we have here is a request from last meeting by Supervisor Cranmer that the budget information be updated and organized. And you all got that? Oh, the fourth judge. What happened to the fourth judge? Yes. Fourth judge, Mr. Kruger. Motion.
Bring to
Second,
the floor
Mr.
the
Standifer.
resolution amending the 2008 budget for the costs related to the fourth judge.
Okay. Questions, anybody? Yes, sir.
I don't know if it's because I'm just so curious or I just don't know nothing. I'm sure I'd get both opinions stated today. But I understand the first two dollar amounts, but why the increase in the sheriff's department?
There needed to be additional bailiff-type duties, right?
Yes. Additional bailiff. And the reason
Security,
we're
in
bringing
other words.
this back again today is because we missed the publication deadline date to get it under Wisconsin statutes. That's why we're bringing it back again today, so we get it published correctly.
Actually, it was already approved in a sense with
Yeah,
the budget.
it was
Yes.
approved before.
There's a nice question whether it really needs reapproval, but we've decided to do it. So we're dotting every I. Are you ready to vote? All in favor should now say aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. Nay. Is that dotting an I, Mr. Kaflish? Okay. Michelle Petrick and the request by Mr. Cranmer for budget information. Just for your information, the information was furnished to Mr. Cranmer and so furnished to all the rest of you as well. If you have a speech to give to your service club or something, you have the latest information. Mr. Cranmer?
I think this is a remarkably good job, and I thank Michelle Petrick for putting it together with her staff. I would like to point out for the board the last item on the last page. That's line 600 under the capital outlay object codes, if you happen to have it in your hand. I just wanted to point out how low the capital outlay has been for the nursing home since the year 2000 through the 2008 budget. And my conclusion from that is that the same as in my memo that I sent to all of you, that is that we are not sustaining the current nursing home, and we are probably going to need to put in quite a bit more capital if we want to run the nursing home the way it has been run in the past. That's all I wanted to say.
If you look at the nursing home, there is some remodeling costs that we did have in there that did not become a capital outlay project because I think we expensed it in the year we paid for it. The year we paid for it, we expensed it. We did some railings and fire doors and other things like that. And I think it was about $139,000 if I remember correctly.
Maybe the two of you could have a good sidebar conversation.
Get your microphone.
Monday, April 21st, right,
At
right.
the Cashman Center in New Richmond.
Cashman Center, New Richmond, starting at 0900, right?
0800.
Oh, eight-
8:30 in the morning.
08:30. All right, all right. Now, most of you know Pete Kling. Remember him from the Parks Department at one time, I guess it was, Land and Water, and now he's with UW Extension. You can call him professor, but it's not required. Now, he and Marilyn are working together, and you got memos, and some of you have been interviewed by the phone or whatever. This is an update for you on the progress and what to expect on April 21st.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I had said that I wanted to sit through one of your council meetings. I didn't think today was going to be the day, but that's kind of how it turned out. And so it's great to see you all about the county's business and doing your work. As Buck indicated, I've been engaged as the facilitator for the goal-setting session. And I want to echo also that without Pete, I don't think we'd be getting too far. He's really been invaluable. And I know a number of you have talked with Pete as well as some of you have talked with me in the interview process. And so what we want to do today is really just give you a brief update on the process and give you a little bit of information. Because it's getting late and I know everybody's getting tired, I'll probably skip a few slides, and if I can negotiate with Chuck to put them up on your internet, people can also look at some of this in preparation for the upcoming meeting. So with that, I'll see if I can get the technology to work. And I think I'm hitting the wrong button. So speaking of planning, I thought this quote was really fairly appropriate. This fellow says, "In our profession, a plan that everyone dislikes for different reasons is a success. A plan everyone dislikes for the same reason is a failure. And a plan that everyone likes for the same reason is an act of God." So this was a gentleman who does planning in the Pacific Northwest. And I think this kind of speaks to the fact that when you are having to do goal setting and planning with a broad constituency, a lot of issues that undoubtedly will come up, and under some time constraints, it's always going to be a challenge. So hopefully we'll be able to lead you through that process appropriately when we get to the 21st. So with that, our contribution to your planning, first of all, is that we've been trying really to make sure that you get some information prior to doing the actual goal-setting process. I tend to say garbage in, garbage out. So subsequently, we want to be sure that we have a good list of strategic issues framed up, and also I wanted to have a good idea of what all of you saw as being important for the goal-setting process. We're also laying out a process, and I'm hopeful that I can personally offer some of my expertise and experience with planning that I've gleaned over the years. So it's not just about setting goals on a specific day. It's also really starting to think about how can the county improve and have a robust planning process throughout the year. So that's been a little bit of our focus as well. So with that, I'm going to very briefly run through the goal-setting process. And you'll notice here that we really have a cyclical process laid out. This should happen, I think, ideally over a year's time or over a specific period of time, where we first of all decide what we want out of the process in this particular year. Different years have different areas of focus. It seems to me that you've spent quite a bit of time talking about mission and some other things in past goal-setting sessions. So we aren't going to spend so much time on that this year. We're going to spend a little bit more time on strategic issues, but planning the process is the first step. And then what Pete and I have really been working on is a situation analysis, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, but really trying to understand what is going on, what are the issues that you need to work with. Also, Chuck did a great job of really briefing me and saying, you know, the real work of the county gets done in your committees. That's really where you do the bulk of your work. And so we'll talk a little bit about goal alignment as well, because what you do at the board level should set up an action agenda, but then really a lot of the detail and the work is getting done in your committees. So once you've understood what your situation is, it's important to identify strategic issues, actually prepare the action agenda, which answers the question of what in terms of goals, what, to what degree, how well do you want it to work, and then move on to aligning your goals and then monitoring progress throughout the year. And that's something also that we're endeavoring to do between now and April, is to understand what the status of your current goals are. And to that end, you may get a call from one of us, you know, asking a little bit about where some of those are. I also think we'll be meeting with the department heads on Friday and talking about some of that as well. So here are some of the important dates for you. We're going through the planning process and some guidelines today, and then we'll be meeting with the county department heads this Friday. April 7th and 9th is the newly elected supervisor orientation, and we will be going through some of the strategic issues and the results of the situation analysis at that time with them. And then we will be going through that as well on April 15th. And then finally, the 21st is the goal-setting session. Now, these are the important dates coming up. Back to my point about process, this is actually really the easy part of your planning process. The hard part is setting up the action plans, doing the goals, and tracking those. And I'll probably be making some recommendations on that as well. Wanted to give you some idea of what we are doing in the situation analysis, because many of you have participated in that. We looked at some interview data and other data that the University of Wisconsin Extension has put together. That helped us also frame up some questions for focus groups that we have conducted. And again, we tried to do as much as we could in a February, March, April timeframe this year. There's certainly room to do more of this in the future. There's certainly room to do more with surveys to get stakeholder input and so forth. So trying to plant some seeds for how we can get good information into the process. We interviewed 16 county supervisors. If somebody still wants to visit with us, I'm sure either Pete or myself would be very happy to do that. Unfortunately, I'm not always putting names and faces together, but I think by the end of this process I probably will. And then finally, we're going to be asking for updates on goals. So that's the basic situation analysis. The data that we're going to be discussing will be the status of your current goals. We'll be looking at some trend data, and actually we've started to look at that and pull it together. What mandates you really are operating under in terms of your work here at the county. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat analysis. And we're also going to be looking at the focus group feedback and the strategic issues that came out of that. So you're going to get a pretty complete amount of information as a result of that. I'm going to kind of run through definitions and best practices and just kind of skip through these right now because I think everybody's pretty tired. So I'll leave these for you all to look at as you find appropriate. I do want to talk a little bit, though, about what a strategic issue is, because that will, to a large degree, drive the goal-setting process. And a strategic issue is really a fundamental policy choice or challenge affecting the organization. And typically it's going to be framed up as a type of question. You had a number of these, actually, that you dealt with today. I certainly heard a number of strategic issues that you were working with. But it's very important to realize that when we get to the goal setting, the strategic issues will deal with the what of your agenda that then can be handed off to committees and department heads for further work. It's not going to deal with all the details of how. So if you want to have any hope of getting through a goal setting session in 6 or 7 hours, we're going to have to confine ourselves to what's the agenda, not what are the answers. Everybody kind of with me. It's really, what are the questions we're dealing with? What are the issues that we have to frame up? How do those get referred back out into the organization? And then how do you work on them the remainder of the year? So it's very different than the kind of work that we're doing today, where you're really deciding on some of those types of strategic issues. I also want to point out that there's a difference between an operational and a strategic issue. And sometimes these things get really blurred. But hopefully, we'll be able to stay a little bit more to the right side of the column simply because we want this to be future-oriented, strategic. You know, so that we can really take a day and think ahead, because I think you've been growing tremendously fast as a county, and I have a feeling that you're really running to keep up with all of the different changes that you're having to deal with. So hopefully this will give you a little bit of time during that day to think about some of the more strategic issues as well as operational ones. Okay, and then I'll just kind of run through these. Difference between an initiative and an action plan. I do want to tell you, though, that I think there's room for really good, robust goal setting. And goals are more than just sort of a vague idea of where you want to go. Really good goals, whoops, sorry, I went a little too far there. Good goals are really smart, and by that I mean they're specific, they're measurable, they're action-oriented, they're realistic, and they're time-bound. So when you're working with me, you're going to see me pushing you to put some deadlines and some parameters on some of the goals that you're setting. It doesn't mean that you can't set other goals. Certainly goals are not like law, where you can't change them. Typically they can be changed and probably will be. So these are just a few kind of previews of things to come. All right, and then finally I want to talk a little bit about linkage. And that is that we really want to see linkage across an organization when we set goals. So by that, I mean really that the county board should set up the action agenda, and then the committees and the departments should be setting up goals that are linked to that action agenda, that support it. And to do that, we tend to say you're going to have strategic initiatives, which are pretty broad and inclusive. They still have parameters on them. And then you're going to have committee goals, which are a little bit more focused, and finally department goals. I brought an example of this along, and I want to state this is purely hypothetical. Nobody gave me this goal. I made this goal up, all right? So nobody get excited that this is a goal that you're going to have to decide on at the session. But I did want to really give you an idea of how goals link. And so in order to do that, I took the idea of energy costs, because I think that's near and dear to a lot of people's hearts these days. And a county initiative might be to reduce county energy costs by 25% over the next 5 years. So you see how the goal fits the criteria for being specific, having parameters, but it's still pretty broad. You could get at it any number of ways. And then, for example, a committee could decide that they want to do an energy audit and set some reduction targets for each facility. Again, hypothetical. Nobody has ever talked to me about doing this. And then finally, at the transportation or the highway department, you might decide that you're going to use alternative fuel sources to power 25 to 30% of your vehicle fleet. So see how the linkage starts to work together, where you have your committees, your departments, and your board action agenda working appropriately together. So with that, I just had some tips for goal setting, and I think some of you probably are well aware of some of these particular ideas. And then finally, I would say that if you don't have a goal with a deadline, you really don't have a goal, because it's kind of open-ended and there really isn't a whole heck of a lot that you have to do. And that you need solid action plans in support of all this. When we talked to all of you, you outlined some planning session needs that I thought were fairly important just to report back at this particular point in time. And one was you all wanted to review and update your past goals. So we're definitely making an attempt to include that in the process and bring that to you. Also, this is my point, not so much points you made. I think a couple of people talked to me about this, the importance of understanding the budget and the money. So I would encourage all of you to, I think, Chuck, you have a presentation out on the website I looked at that gives a pretty good summary of all the budgeting and some of the numbers. I would really suggest, if you haven't reviewed that recently, that it might be a good thing in preparation for the planning session. Also, I think people said we need to focus on attainable goals. That was something that you thought was fairly important. This is, again, just your feedback. This isn't necessarily anything that I said. And then finally, that you're going to need to follow a process, which is kind of where I started at the beginning, that not only do you need to set the goals, but you need to have some follow-up on those. So I guess I have actually 2 parting questions that I just leave you with for reflection. And that would be, what do you want for the county board process this year? Because what you want and what you expect is substantially, I think, what you will get. And secondly, give a little thought to what role you can personally play in that process as well. So I appreciate your time. I'd be more than happy to answer any other questions or comments. I know it's been a long day for everybody, so I didn't want to spend too much time.
Your best chance to grow are still in effect.
Yeah, the process is starting to soft set, I would say. And I want to say thanks to
what has been the interaction between the administration committee and Maryland. And if you don't like the direction this is going, this is the opportunity to speak up about that.
I'll be brief. I think it's a good outlay or a plan you have here. It really is going to be incumbent upon whoever's the county board supervisors in April to really sink their teeth into it and make a commitment to follow it. It's great to have plans and everything else, but if the county board's not willing to really apply it, it was a futile effort. So I hope it doesn't become that.
I certainly agree. Couldn't agree more. Follow-up. That will be our hallmark, right? I want to thank all of you that spent time with the interviews. Also, many of you gave me a lot of your time and gave me good, candid feedback, which I think has helped in framing up strategic issues. So I do appreciate that. I know Pete appreciates it. Also, Pete's done a tremendous amount of work to get all these lined up. We've had a couple good focus groups, I think, that also are going to give you some good information. So, okay, thank you.
Just a reminder that if you're in the room and you're a candidate and you get elected, you're going to be getting contacted by either Marilyn or Pete after April 1. So there's going to be a short period of time, and you may get a phone call. This is what that phone call is about.
Proposed resolution regarding freezing senior citizen real estate taxes. Let's see, came from, originally the idea is Mr. Strumke's. The words are his. Finance Committee recommends it. So I suppose, Mr. Krieger?
We just passed it on to the county board. We did not make any
Oh, there's no recommendation on it? I thought it was the usual recommended. Oh, all right. Yes. Yeah. All right, Mr. Strumke, you want to move it?
Yes, I will. For the purpose of the discussion, I move that the proposed resolution be approved.
Mr. Mortensen seconds it. Everybody's seen it? Further discussion? Mr. Standifer?
I spoke in opposition to this in Finance Committee, and I will repeat my opposition. This certainly is a noble and a feel-good resolution, and in a very self-serving way, I guess I should be in support of it because I would qualify. However, in good conscience, I could not support a resolution that would set one class of taxpayers against another class of taxpayers. Wisconsin is an equalized value state, which I think is eminently fair. And there is no way to be in favor of this resolution without saying, in other words, that you want younger people to subsidize older people. And I would just be opposed to having any group of taxpayers be required to subsidize a different group of taxpayers. I think that is patently in opposition to what ought to be the case, and that is equal treatment under the law.
Thank you. I have a problem with the language of the last paragraph as it talks about the established age for Social Security. That could be anywhere from 62 to 68 currently.
I would echo Mr. Standifer's words. I watch a lot of elderly people that go to Texas, go away for the winter, and nobody objects to that. But I don't think they're that hard up. That's my personal opinion. I believe that we should be supporting the young people who aren't working, who need the help.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with Darrell and have a concern about the young people be able to move into and maintain a home in our community with our high tax base, and what are the fiscal implications to people under is it the age of 62? I know I'm 62 and I just started taking Social Security benefits. Does it mean I'm eligible? I am very concerned about the youth being able to live in our community, but what are the implications? What are the cost factors for the people, the young people in our community?
Well, I guess anyone can make a resolution. I was concerned with the fact that it's not means tested to support the other discussion that was given. It doesn't make any allowance for someone who is independently wealthy. They get the same freeze on their taxes. I just think it's bad precedence that we're starting to carve out parts of our population and give them preferential treatment. That's not the history of the way our tax system works.
In light of the fact everybody's agreeing with Mr. Standifer, I think I would like to disagree with him. In light of the fact that there's many ways that this could be structured, and that would be that the taxes could be frozen at a specific time, but the additional taxes that would have been paid during the period of time that that person over a certain age holds on to the house until it's sold could be accrued and then put into the tax roll. So what your level of behind this would only be a short period of time, which would go to benefit the senior citizens.
I'd like to make a comment there. I would be for this, but there's a lot of states that have this passed. Many, I don't know how many, but I've talked to different people where after they reach 65, they do not, their taxes are frozen at what they are, and they don't get any more increases. The school tax, in a lot of cases, is killing the elderly, and I would agree with this.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, has anyone bothered to check whether the Wisconsin Constitution would have permit this?
It does not. I think this calls on the legislature to...
Okay, so we're just putting the word forward that we want something to happen.
Yep, the legislature to take whatever action necessary.
With no fiscal impact statement.
I would somewhat agree with the motion in the respect that I haven't had an increase in pay in 17 years. So it makes a difference.
Conflict of interest in this room.
This is truly my last meeting, so hopefully this is truly my last comment. But I might remind everyone that was here. This was part of the discussion that we talked about before with the levy for the nursing home. And if we're looking at roughly 4,000 citizens in the county based on the studies that have been done that will be in the 65 and older, that's 4,000 households. I mean, it's incumbent that we save taxes on all fronts, but to freeze them, I think, is just, I mean, we can vote on this today and send something through that's not constitutional and make us feel good, but I think it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I just want to clear up the last comment, which is we're not sending something up that's unconstitutional. We have the constitutional right to do this and send it to the legislature. We're asking them if it's necessary to change the Constitution. They are the ones that initiate this. This is just a recommendation to the state legislature to do this.
Sharon Norton-Bowman? No. Roger Rebholz?
No.
Bill Cranmer?
No.
Daryl Standifer?
No.
John Borup?
No.
Clarence Malick?
No.
Don Jordan? Linda Lucky?
No.
Stan Kruger?
No.
Denise Gunderson? Yes. Lois Burry?
No.
Brian Hirchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
Yes.
Bill, okay, yep. Gerald Peterson?
No.
Charlie Grant?
No.
Chuck Mills is gone. Richard King?
Yes.
Wallace Habhager?
No.
John Mortensen?
Yes.
Gene Ritz?
No.
Tom Kaflish?
Yes.
Chuck Strumke? Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
And that's it.
Now, we've got a report from our Building Services Department. Art Tobin, whom I guess you've been introduced to before because of matters to be reported. This is his kind of his official annual report. The Veteran Service Office report will be next month. The Veteran Service Officer talked to me earlier in the day. He had an afternoon appointment in a different city, so he has to be moved till next month, which we're happy to do. Aren't we?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On the way up here that I had to get you guys out of here by 5 o'clock, and I'm going to try and do my best. There should be a form at your workstations, look something like this, and we'll just kind of peruse through it here. Building Services mission and statement, as is printed, to preserve and extend the useful life of existing facilities to ensure the functionality and availability for use by all county departments and the public. Our goals: the department goal is to operate buildings as efficiently as possible when maintaining their appearance, provide a clean, safe, and healthy work environment, and assist in the efficient usage of space, provide emergency repairs and full preventive maintenance of equipment, structures, and grounds. Facilities. The Building Services Department maintains a St. Croix County Government Center and Jail Complex, the St. Croix County Nursing Home, the St. Croix County Nursing Human Services Building, St. Croix Industries, 2 rental houses on that property at the Health Center, and other outer buildings including the St. Croix County Agricultural Center in Baldwin. Within these facilities, Building Services currently meets the needs of over 40 different departments and serving approximately 575 full or part-time employees in a 24-hour schedule. This does not take into consideration workforce that comes in, the public that comes in these buildings, and the people that, the reason we're here to serve the public. The facilities I've listed in, there's a column down below, and the facilities are self-explanatory. We've got a couple of them. The rental house, almost second from the last, down on the left-hand corner. We estimate that to be about 75 years old. Total square footage of what we take care of at present time is 333,129 square feet. Major services performed by the department, but are not limited to, include full preventive and predictive maintenance programs, routine and emergency repairs, electrical, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, refrigeration, pneumatic and electric building temperature control systems, jail security systems and hardware, all commercial kitchen and laundry equipment, remodeling, light construction, full custodial and janitorial care, and groundskeeping. I started in basically for the first part of July of '07, and some of the things that were in place and that we finished up after that, including that, our new parking lot at the St. Croix Industries, crack sealing the entire parking lot at the New Richmond campus, window replacement at New Richmond Nursing Home, crack sealing the entire parking lot at Baldwin, updating the electronic temperature control systems in Baldwin, and complete energy audit of the government center here in Hudson. And upcoming major projects that we're looking at are geothermal installation at the government center and jail in Hudson, demolition of the farm buildings in New Richmond campus, room space that we're looking at right now, room 1259 victim witness office construction in Hudson, 1222 conference room and construction in Hudson, and one of the many rooms that we're working on up in New Richmond at the Health and Human Services is room A108 for some office change up there. Again, I've only been here since July. We've tried since then to start keeping track of our calls that we take, our work orders, not our preventive maintenance scheduled work that we do, but our preventive maintenance that our calls that we get could be something as simple as my drawer is stuck, I need a room built, there's a bug crawling on the glass. But total calls that we've taken, two we've gotten 8 months, so, and they were on the outside. Total requests for that period was 1,691 calls. Those calls, got a breakdown of them. If anybody wants to ever ask or stop by the office and see where we spend our time, what we do, you're more than welcome to do that. If anybody ever has a question in regards to building services, all they need to do is ask. My phone number is 377-2902, and I'm more than happy to answer anybody's question that they have with building services. I appreciate the offer, the chance to serve the county, and I appreciate working here.